What's up, otakus? It's your tour guide here. Um, it's been a while. I haven't done a haul video in almost 2 months, and the reason being is, there's. I'm sure everybody is also maybe experience. I mean, maybe you're not experiencing, but I'm sure some of you might be feeling the inflationary pressure, and I've just made a decision to cut back on spending for comic books and um, we picked up a lot this summer, and it did satisfy me to pick up all those books. But we're just kind of reevaluating. I think I'm a little burnt out on comic books, and so we took a little break, and then I kind of took part in some trades, some local community trades. As you know, I have this. Let me show it to you here. I've got an overflow. I keep my books in a filing cabinet, 3 doors. Um, the bottom drawer fits about, if you look at my random pull videos, that's sort of my core PC collection. Um, but I'm always interchanging. If I find something that's more akin to my collection or things that I value more for my collection, I'll put that in the filing cabinet and take another minor book out. But for the most part, that's my core collection. And then I've got this overflow of books, as you can see. These are all available for sale or trade. I'm really looking to trade them because, the thing about selling, I don't think selling is my forte. Um, I definitely want to get value for these books, something that I want. Um, so I'm not gonna I mean, I guess if I were to discount them, I could probably move a few of these books, but um, yeah, I mean, that's something we may do down the road. But for now, I've got a bunch of book modern, sort of older books like this. Um, books like this. These are all keys. Uh, books like this. So I think I put out a video on what's in this box. Now, I did trade a lot of this recently, and we'll go over. So this whole video is kind of what I picked up from the trades, as well as what I picked up from half price books, just random visits on my way home from work. I always check because if you see something of value there that you think is worth, you know, whatever half a cover or whatever they have priced there, I tend to pick those up. So we're going to go over kind of what I picked up and or what I've acquired over the last 2 months. It's quite a significant amount based off the trades and again those couple trips to half price books. In fact, I just picked up something earlier today at half price books that we'll go over. It's a They're books that I've been meaning to get to complete that run, and the run is complete now. I mean, it's not a big run, but it's complete. So we'll go over that. All right. So again, these are available for sale or trade, and I prefer the trade again. If you've got '90s Jim Lee books, if you've got any kind of Jim Lee books, any kind of Peach Momoko books, I'm down. Brian Bolland books. I'm really into Bolland these days. John Byrne, John Romita Jr. Uh, Send me an offer. we can probably work something out. All right. Oh, that was a heavy box. That's a heavy box. So I have a pile here. This is sort of the haul books right here. It's quite a lot. But again, these are mostly books I've acquired through the trade. And yeah, we'll get into it. So it's kind of in random order. So before we get into it, I'll preface three people I traded with. The first person is a local guy. He's sort of my competition at Half Price Books. He's always at Half Price Books, and he's on top of what comes in. He sort of gets first dibs on everything. So I've been frequenting the Half Price Books less and less because I know Dave. The guy's name's Dave. I know he's going to be there and picking up all the good stuff. But luckily, he knows I like Jim Lee, so he'll stash away that Jim Lee for me in the corner somewhere. But he says that, but on our most recent trade, he actually picked up some Jim Lee books that he traded me, so it wasn't all that transparent there. Let's see. I forgot a couple books. Hang on. My apologies. I'm not sure where I put that book. It was one of the trade books I got. Oh well. Is it this one? There it is. All right, I got it. All right, so where was I? Yeah, Dave is one of the guys I traded with. And basically, we met up in the parking lot of Half Price Books. He brought his stack of Jim Lee books and some stuff he wanted to trade. And I brought that box. And so he looked through the box, I looked through what he had, and we picked out what we wanted. Simple. It was a rather easy transaction. Took probably less than 30 minutes. And we both got what we want. Now, I do regret not getting a book, and we'll go over that. At the time, it was kind of like I didn't really have my entire thought process on what the significance of that book was. In hindsight, I was like, I should have got that book. And then I reached out to him, hey, can I get that book? And I think he figured out that's a book he wanted to keep too. So he said, no, I think I'm going to keep it. So it is what it is. But yeah, I should have probably added that. And we'll go over what that book was as I get into that. The second person I traded with was Brand Zigdraws, Brandon Rodriguez. He's also local to me, and you can find him on Instagram. Again, Brands IG Draws. Does a lot of art. He makes his own comic books, and he had a bunch of '90s goodness that he wanted to trade away. And so I took my box to his place, and he dug through what he wanted. And again, he didn't pick out very many books. I think he picked out maybe 3 or 4 books, but they were books he was kind of really into. Um, so we made that trade. I actually ended up picking up more than giving away. I'm trying to get rid of this box, but I ended up, in volume wise, picking up more. And then the final trade we'll get into is a community member. You guys know him. He's very active, and he's another artist that's really been active, and that's Norenrad. Um, Norenrad is uh, like he does comic book covers, and a lot of you are probably following him. He's also very active in the community, but he lives far away. Books, and again, that's another situation where he had a specific selection of books from this a lot of high valued keys, which I was happy to trade away, and I got books from him that I wanted. And again, I think we both got what we wanted. He probably got maybe a little bit more value out of that trade, um, but I didn't mind because ultimately, in the end, I got what I thought was um, of significant value. So those are the 3 people that I traded with. 2 local, one was a mail trade, and I gotta say, like, I enjoy doing these kinds of trades, and you know, because I have books here. Not that I actually want to. These books mean something to me, but if I can get something that's really where my core collecting is, um, that is really it's for me it's a fair trade, and so that's why I feel also the recipients of the books also probably feel that way. They're giving up something they probably don't have much value. They don't put much value in those books, whereas I do, and then vice versa. So we're both getting what we want, and yeah, uh, trades are fun. So I think trades are better than uh, making money, to be honest. Um, I mean, I sell books very rarely, and getting some cash for books doesn't always. I mean, it's good because you can put the cash toward buying what you want. That's always good, but I think it's just better to connect and engage with community members, and they get what they want and I get what I want. That just feels a lot better. Um, so let's get into this haul. So aside from the trades, again, there were a couple half price books purchases, and I'll outline what those are as we get into them. But I'm pretty much going to say, this is a book from Dave, or this is a book from Brandon, Brand's, Brand's IG Draws, or this is a book from Norenrad. Okay, those are the sort of the selections that the trades that we have going forward here. Um, and if you ask me I'll try to remember some of the key books from the trade, just to give you an idea of what I gave up. But it's hard to keep track. I mean, there's so many books that changed hands. And we'll start here with these are books from that one is not a book from. I think I had an Action Comics in here as well that I didn't put in, or maybe not. Okay, these are all from the Norenrad trade, Aaron, and They're essentially beat up copies of adventure comics. These are very low grade. In fact, this one, like, it's just the cover's probably falling off. It's got some chipping and wear. There's writing on the comic. We have Action Comics 307. Sorry, Adventure Comics 307. Bizarro cover there with the with Mystery Lad, the Legion folks. Um, yeah. Also, got Adventure Comics 314. So Amy just signed her name, was I guess practicing signing her name on these comic books. Amy was the original owner of this. So thanks, Amy. Thank you for this book. Amy's only did one signature on this book. I think that was the practice signatures, and this was the real signature. Lovely placement, Amy. But this is Adventure Comics 326. Nice cover there. These Silver Age covers are always so funny. And this one, we have Amy just writing all over the book again. Again, low key. These are low grade books, but I love this kind of stuff. Especially, I think he gave me. There's a book here that's in decent condition, actually, but it was like 5 or so Silver Age books he threw in for trade value of $10. So essentially, $2 trade values on these ones, and I thought, heck yeah, that's I'll do that. This next book is from the Dave trade. I just really like this cover, and so I threw it into my pile. This is just Doctor Doom, number 3 from I think the most recent ongoing Doom series. So pick that up. Now Dave he definitely got max value out of these books. Like, for example, I think he he wanted I think $5 or $10 for this one. But because he did that, I did the same for my books. I kind of maxed the the values out on my books, and he didn't seem to mind. I didn't seem to mind. So again, those kinds of things happen. So these are the books from my trade with Brandon, and he had just good old fashioned X-Men ones, all high grade. But yeah, you have these 3 covers. I think he had the whole set, so I think this other set, the other book might be in here, but I got, I think, a whole set of X-Men ones. This is the kind of stuff that, hey, I'm willing to trade that, what's in that box for. So definitely was happy. And this next one is a recent pickup from Half Price Books. I just, again, half a cover. I think I got this for $1.50. That's just this great Lionel Francis Yu Symbiote Wolverine cover. That's just a badass cover right there. So again, $1.50. I thought that's a good. I mean, this is just will be a fan favorite for years to come. So I thought, I mean, it'll never, I think, amount to a lot of money because it's not a key, but it's just a really cool cover that I think in any era people are gonna want to collect. I was thinking of, when I picked this up, I was thinking of selling or trading it, but I think I'm gonna keep it. It's just a really cool cover. This is another book I picked up today. In fact, these are the books I picked up today, and I really this is kind of why I stopped into Half Price Books. I don't these days. I'm just not picking the stuff up unless I find something I really want. And I couldn't believe. So, as you know, for those of you who follow me, I already have Batman 404 and 405 direct editions in my collection. I've been meaning to pick up Batman 406 and 407. And for those of you who don't know that serial, it's the Frank Miller, David Mazzucchelli run of Batman Year One. And I mean, Batman has many origin stories over the years, and they all revolve around the murder of his parents and all that. But I feel like this Frank Miller run is really is probably the standard for the origin of Batman and the evolution of how he becomes Batman. And this just covers his first year as like a rookie Batman, figuring out how this superhero thing is working. Uh, Amazing artwork, amazing story. I mean, this 4 issue run is just incredible. And what I ran into today was at the Redmond Half Price Books. I ran into the complete set, basically. This newsstand edition, this number 2 in the run, 3 and 4. Now, 2, 3, and 4 are direct editions, but this one is the newsstand. Now, these are in rush shape. They were sitting in the half price bin. I could tell they were just put out, but they were raw. They weren't even in bags and boards. They were just sitting there raw in that. So luckily there are no creases, but there are spine ticks, especially on this one. But again, this one probably be a VF minus. Really nice looking book. The other ones are in decent grade as well, probably in the VF fine range. No creases again, just they were kind of just sitting there. They've got spine ticks, and that's about it. So with a press, these could come back. Press and a clean, these could come back really, really nice. But the whole set. Now, did I get these for half a cover? No, because the Redmond store has a policy. It's anything half a cover that is less than $2, it's $2. So, for example, if you have a $5.99 or $4.99 book, that's $2.50, right? So that would be half a cover. But if it's $3.99, then it's essentially $2. Anything below cover price of $3.99 is going to be $2. So I'm not sure I agree with that policy, because I could have picked these up for 30 some cents if it keeps the normal store policy. But these days on a book like this, you'll see it priced out like $5, $6. So picking these up for $2 a pop, the whole run for $8 essentially, I feel like I made out pretty well. You know, it's the entire run for $8. That's a steal in my opinion. And then to boot, I found this in the quarter bin, which is Justice League 38, just this great Jim Lee cover, Batman cover. So that was my haul right there, $9 haul. With the tax and everything, it was $9 for these 5 books. I made out pretty well, I think, in that one. And these are just like go right into the filing cabinet, because they're the stuff I like. This next one is a book from the Dave trade, and just love this Francis Yu cover. It's Elektra with a bunch of hand ninjas coming down on this dude. Just a great cover there, so pick that up. He wanted a lot for this book, but I just love this cover, so um, yeah, it was worth it for me. Beautiful. Just love that Elektra. Just one of those really, really attractive covers. All right, this is these next couple of books are all Norrin Rad books. Yes, these are from Norrin Rad Aaron, and as you know, I recently checked out from the library. Um, I checked out from the library and read Batman Volume 2, the New 52 Batman, and the Court of Owls story arc. And I really enjoyed it. It was a different take on sort of the origin story of Batman. Really cool antagonists with that sort of conspiracy shadow group known as the Court of Owls, and of course Talon, the basically Dick Grayson's grandfather, kind of comes back as this. They use some kind of um, resuscitation to revive his DNA. I don't know if it's a cloning process or whatever, but they bring him back to battle Batman. He's a formidable foe, and um, yeah, Batman's able to escape their sort of maze that they set up for him. But really cool story. They essentially lay out that Batman's parents weren't killed randomly; that he was targeted. The Waynes were targeted, um, and it just added this new element to the history of Batman, which I thought was really well done. And again, Capullo art in this is just sick. It's amazing. So here's another. So the trade with Norrin Rad, we got 1 and 2 from the run. This is the first appearance of Talon. And yeah, I mean, they're VF copies. So really happy to add those. We got this Adventure Comics as well. So this was along with the previous Adventure Comics I showed. This was also among that. This is actually really nice, nicer. Well, no, it's pretty beat up, but it presents nicely. Just a great cover there. Superboy and Superman um, existing in the same time, on the same time plane. And then we also got some Peach Momoko from the trade. There's more here. We'll get into it, but pick this up. Just a cool Peach Momoko Poison Ivy cover. This is We Have Demons. That's a nice, beautiful cover there. Amputee. I mean, that's just gorgeous Peach Momoko right there. Everything you love about a Peach cover. Oh, she looks just stunning. And this is this one. This one is probably my favorite from the trade with Norrin Rad. And this is an AAPI Heritage variant. And it's, I love Psylocke. Psylocke's my girl. And usually Jim Lee, Jim Lee is the best Psylocke, but this one is just breathtaking because I think Ian Hyuk. Ian Hyuk just spot on, captures the essence of Skywalk, but he has like a K-pop feel to it. I feel like he took like Jisoo or somebody and melded her with Psylocke here on this cover. Just absolutely stunning Psylocke cover. Gave her this like dragon like jumper, and man, are those swords badass. Yeah, we'll get into the X-Men hype. I'm sure all of you are excited about X-Men. We'll get into the hype, but I hope they bring it. If they're gonna do Psylocke, they gotta do something like this, right? That would just be awesome, awesome to see. Um, these books came from the Brandon trade. A trade with Brandon, and we got a McFarlane Spawn's Universe #1. This McFarlane cover. Got this anyways, it's a painted cover there of King Spawn #1. Got that in the trade. And then a nice Silvestri McFarlane. You don't see that too often. These guys have been working together for years, and so anytime they collaborate on a comic book, this is the kind of magic you get. So, got these 3 cool Spawn books. These are probably, aside from the Silvestri book, these are available for sale or trade. So hit me up if that's something you want. Now going back to the Norrinrad trade, we picked up a lot of books here. These are all Norrinrad trade books that I'm going to show off. First of all, this is a really clean copy. I mean, it's a VF Plus copy or better of Transformers #5, Shockwave, Paul Kupperberg cover. Man, is that a beautiful cover. Just so nostalgic of my childhood right there. That book right there. So, Shockwave's a great character. As you know, he mans the space bridge for the Decepticons to travel between Earth and Cybertron. So, he's definitely one of the major characters. And then we got some Peach books. We got some Vampirella variant there. We got the Blade. There you go. We got this great. I think this is also Vampirella, but love that cover. Oh man, she's just dripping with blood with all kinds of skulls and goodness around her. Beautiful, beautiful cover. And we got this homage to Spider-Man ASM 301, or 300, I should say. But it's a Venom cover. Just a really cool cover. Now, of course, I want to get ASM 300. That's a steep book, but I feel like this is a cool cover too. All black. When I put it next to the 301, definitely you see the contrast: black versus white versus black versus red suit. Nice contrast there for the collection. All right, and then my trade with Brandon. He threw in a bunch of Fantastic Four books, so got those Jim Lee Fantastic Four books, as well as this Wildcats X-Men Adam Hughes cover. Pretty cool 90s stuff. And I think we're going to get to some of the bigger ones from Brandon in a bit. He also traded me a couple copies of like Gen 13. Hey, what's up, K-pop? And he threw in like Wildcats 1, 2 copies of the first prismatic covers and comic books there, all 90s goodness. So really, this one takes me back because, as you know, Gen 13 number 1, when the Volume 2 number 1 it came out, they had a bunch, I think like 20 different covers, which is the first time we saw that in comic books, right? Now it's like just kind of the standard deal. When an issue comes out, everybody and their mama goes out and puts out an exclusive cover and ratio variant and all that. But Gen 13, this is the first time they really marketed like rare print runs on specific copies. But I specifically remember, this is so 90s, the Rave, the Rave cover. Got Grudge with this ridiculous looking Rave hat on, and yeah, that just hits all the it's all the nostalgia buttons. All right, man, we've gone through a lot of books here. There's a couple more that I can share, and then we'll be done pretty much. Right? Is there anything here? I think that's it pretty much. Now there is one book I did not bring, and I'm just going to grab that real quick. Okay, so these were sort of the pinnacles of each trade. I guess you could call it the book of the trades. They're the ones I kind of put the most value in on each of these trades. And we'll start with Dave. So as you know, Dave, I showed off some of the books Dave and I traded for. And he had this, first of all, he got this at Half Price Books for half a cover. So what is that? He essentially got this book for $4. Yeah, $4. Because it's $8.95 cover price, so essentially $4.50. Okay. And I think the trade value he put on it was $30. Which is fine, you know. If I had been purchasing that with cash, I wouldn't have taken it. But at $30 trade value, I'm down, so I accepted that. And I already have this graded in a 7.5 signed by Peach, but I thought, why not add another copy? So this is my raw copy, if you will. It's lower than it's definitely mid grade. I put it at a fine, solid fine. It's just got a little minor issue here, not really a crease, but there's kind of like scuffing, and then some major sort of spine. And this is like a square bound magazine, but the paper quality is really sensitive. Like it's like a magazine quality book. So this gets handled in any which way, it's going to capture all of that handling. But for the most part, there's some major spine ticks there. But for me, this is just a really, really significant book. Not only because of the great Frazetta Death Dealer cover there, but this is Peach's first American comic book art. And that's what I really want to push to you, is she has not ever published manga. So people who think she's some kind of manga artist, she's not. She's never published anything in Japan related to comic books. And I would define her art more as just modern art. She's got just a very unique East Asian, it's not necessarily Japanese, but East Asian brush pen technique that is very different, doesn't translate well to American comic books, but she's trying her best to do the American style paneling and pace of American comic books. So I do want to emphasize that point. She is creating American comic books, but she's doing it in such an innovative, culturally innovative way that a lot of people think, oh, that's just manga. It's not manga. If you're saying it's manga, you don't understand what manga is. She's putting out American comic books, and she's trying to stay true to American style. Now, her first comic book though was set in Japan, deals with a bunch of Japanese like cultural references. But again, American artists do that all the time, right? That doesn't necessarily make their art American, like American in nature, or sorry, Japanese in nature. So let's make that distinction. But anyway, it's her first American comic book in this one, and man, it is a beauty. It's a beauty. It's just 2 pages, but it's so well done, so colorful, and really unlike anything we've ever seen. And it is so heavy metal styled. It has no uh, manga reference whatsoever. That's what I love about that, and that shows you like she can do the she can do American comic books, and she's proving that she can do it. So I hope people really open their eyes to what she's doing and not try to. I get she's not doing this what we typically associate with comic book art, where someone's inking and then someone's coloring and then it's digitally kind of rendered so that the colors all blend and work. No, she's essentially what she's doing with the brush and the watercolors. That's what you're seeing on the page. So I think it takes some getting used to, but if you like her artwork and you like her artwork telling a story, then that's essentially what she's giving you. What else here? I guess we have 2 books that from the Norrad trade. All right, so this is the book of the haul from the Brandon trade. And man, I mean, it's a hardcover book, first of all. Okay. It's a hardcover book, but this came out right at the turn of the, it was like 2001, 2002 ish, right around when Hush came out. This came out. And what Wizard did was it's beautiful. They sort of feature all the key books, all the key titles, and even a price guide of Jim Lee books. So for Jim Lee collectors, this is like, it's essentially a checklist of all the stuff you want to collect. And pretty much, I have a lot of the books in this already. I mean, I'm probably missing a few, but the videos I covered covering his, first of all, this from the start to his transition to DC, that's all covered in this book. So essentially the first 20 some years of, well, not even 20, it's the first like maybe 15, 17 years of his career outlined in this book. And of course, yeah, Wizards, right? Again, it's a hardcover book. I love this cover. I mean, when do you see a Wolverine and a Batman, probably his 2 most definitive characters, arguably his 2 most definitive characters with each publishing company? How often do you see a cover like that? Just badass. Badass. And yeah, Brandon threw this in the trade. And this was the book of the trade for sure. Just because of the history, all the wonderful artwork that's in here, because they not only feature the checklist and the pricing and all that, they put in the great cover work and interior work that's associated with a lot of the books. So just a beautiful piece to own if you're a Jim Lee cover. And to be honest, I didn't realize that such a book had existed. But I'm glad, I'm just really glad to have it now. It's a Jim Lee Millennium Edition Wizard, and it's a hardcover, just beautiful, beautiful book. All right, so let's see here. From the Norrad trade, of course, I have to get a Jim Lee book out of the Norrad trade. There's another Jim Lee book I don't think I added to this, and my apologies. It's just escaping me what specific Jim Lee books I got from that trade. I probably left it out, but either way, these are the two key books that came out of the trade with Norrad. So I'll share this one first. It's the Jim Lee trading card variant, Astonishing X-Men #1 Magic trading card there. Beautiful Jim Lee cover there, man. That's just amazing stuff. Like, a trading card is one thing, but to see it like on a cover like this, just the art as it's intended to be, kind of framed, right? Beautiful, beautiful book. And I got this one in the trade as well. And this was in part of the, all the Silver Age books that Aaron threw in for $10. This was among the books. But the condition of this book, aside from this sort of corner chipping, it's really a well-presenting book. You don't see like creases or spine ticks. Just a little corner, again, chipping there, not that significant, but just a beautiful cover. This is actually a Neal Adams cover. What it is it's Curt Swan inked by Neal Adams. So you get that sort of you definitely see the Curt Swan art in there, but you get that Neal Adams feel with the inking. So it's sort of like a Neal Adams finish, I guess you could say. Definitely you see signs of Neal's artwork, but it's also an infinity cover. And this is an homage to the Golden Age comic where they're trying to cut Superman's hair and all the scissors are breaking. But this is one where Jimmy Olsen's having success as the barber. So what's up, Ralph Ost? Thanks for hanging out. K-pop Ralph Ost, thanks for hanging out. You're the best. So yeah, how can Jimmy Olsen cut Superman's indestructible hair of steel? Just a great, kind of how barbershops operated back in the day. Jimmy's got that. I mean, Jimmy looks like he knows what he's doing, the comb and the scissors and all that. So Superman got to look fresh. Superman's got to look fresh. All right, some books now. Again, recent pickups from Half Price Books. This is one I didn't cover. This is also from the Brandon trade. We got Adam Hughes, Gen 13, 1 and 2. That was just part of the trade. So that's that. Other things we picked up at Half Price Books. Strange Academy. There's a third print. So I thought that was worth half a cover. Picked up for $2.50. And this one we picked up for $2, which is Black Cat number 11. It's the J. Scott Campbell cover. Beautiful cover there with her Black Cat with all her cats. I don't know if you can see. Sometimes I have to do it like this, and then it gets bright. Now you can see, right? You can see all the... Got a weird camera. You can see the cats there. Beautiful. This one's available for sale or trade. This one as well. These Adam Hughes covers are available as well. If you want them, I take payment in Jim Lee books, Brian Bolland books, all the artists I like, so John Byrne, etc. Okay, we're going to get into sort of the excitement that's captured the hobby, and that is the coming of the X-Men. Marvel announced they're working on a script for the new X-Men movie, and one thing, so we know the mutants are coming to the Deadpool movie, and we know it's the Fox X-Men, Hugh Jackman, all the people from the original, 2001 X-Men movie, along with rumors of Taylor Swift, Cable. I mean, there's just so much, you don't know who we're going to see, but I imagine we're going to see a lot of mutants, like just a plethora of mutants. And we may even see the X-Men from, the sort of the first generation X-Men, the young Magneto, the young Professor X, and the young X-Men, including, Olivia Munn's Psylocke, sexy Psylocke. Wouldn't mind seeing her. She's a mom now. She's got a beautiful baby. But mind seeing her back in that costume, the sexy Psylocke costume. But again, we don't know exactly who or what is going to appear in that movie, but there's going to be a lot of mutants. So, having said that, this X-Men movie is not going to include Hugh Jackman, or I don't know if that's the official line or if that's just being said to throw people off. But I would imagine this new X-Men movie is going to focus on a new team with a completely different cast of characters, probably younger, right? Focus on a younger time of the X-Men. And it'll be interesting to see who the villain is. Is it going to be some of the more modern books that they bring, or is it going to be they're going to go to the older age, or maybe the 80s runs? Anything's a go, right? So having said that, right now, anything and everything that's X-Men mutants is fair game. And I honestly think in that new X-Men movie, we're going to see Sabretooth. I think Sabretooth is going to be like reinvented or just reintroduced, because they kind of did Sabretooth wrong in the last Wolverine or Origins movie. And we didn't get enough of Sabretooth in the first X-Men movie. I mean, that portrayal was great. That's kind of what you expect from the character, right? And we got a glimpse of him versus Wolverine. Really just like a nibble of a taste of Sabretooth versus Wolverine. But whether Sabretooth's introduced in this X-Men movie or in a standalone Wolverine movie, I know he's coming. Hey, Misso, what's up? Thanks for hanging out, guys. I know I've been kind of MIA recently. Put some of these comments up. Yeah, I agree. I think Sabretooth is just, if you're going to introduce a new Wolverine to the mix, I think Sabretooth's got to be part of that conversation. And he can play kind of like that. I mean, he's got to be play a bad guy, but he's just one of those bad guys that people kind of like. So I'm sure he'll play some version of that, a likable villain. All right, so yes, we need more Sabretooth. Absolutely. I've been talking about on my channel, I've been trying to do more videos of books from my collection that I think are undervalued. And by undervalued, I mean um, not really anything to do with spec, uh, but considering what's it, either in the story or in the art, or a combination of both, um, I think collectors should probably pay closer attention to. So, for example, I'm of the mindset, as great as first appearances are, that's kind of where the hobbies all, where the hobby dumps their money. They tend to overemphasize first appearances. But I'm more of the opinion that it should be distributed somewhat more evenly. First appearances are important, obviously, but first meetings, first battles, first team ups, new costumes. You see what I'm getting at. Those kinds of key occurrences should also, I think, get more attention and love from the hobby, and probably, you know, add more value to those books. Because I feel like those books are oftentimes not as highly valued as the first appearance, when oftentimes, in terms of story and all that, it's much better. And case in point, for a long time, as cool as Wolverine being introduced in Hulk was, uh, we didn't. He was just sort of this uh, kind of like wild creature, right? We didn't really know much about Wolverine, but as he joined the X Men and we began to learn more about what his powers were and his personality and all that. It's a character we grew to love, and really became sort of the main character in of X Men, and probably one of the main characters of the entire Marvel uh, universe. And this story by Barry Windsor Smith, outlining how he got all the adamantium as part of this government experiment to create it like a super soldier, right? Um, that's all introduced in this book. Now, this book kind of reached the height. I mean, it goes up and down with the movie spec, but irregardless of that, um, this should be, I think, um, you see like Wolverine's first solo series, the Frank Miller, you see that going for way up there. And that's, I think, there's a lot of value in that book. But this origin story here, this is the one that really puts Wolverine, like, his reveals a lot about what the character is and what he's gone through. And this is just beautifully illustrates the pain and that process of his healing factor and them grafting metal to his bones and then having that heal, and doing that throughout his whole exoskeleton, and how basically, you know, mess with his mind to erase the memories of his past, and replace them with like new memories, and um, try to get him under control. But they set up that berserker element to his character. That's all outlined in this run of uh, Marvel Comics Presents. So I think it's a very still an undervalued book. You can see this selling for like $10, um, raw. Graded graded ones are selling for under 100. And I'm not talking 9.8s. I'm talking like 9.4s, 9.6s. You see graded copies selling under 100. So that to me is just super underpriced. And now we see it back in the trending 20 because of all the X Men hype. Well, if you didn't go out and get this book when it was before that hype was there, then you probably end up pay higher for it now. But I think, yeah, I'd pay. I mean, if you don't have the book in your collection, I'd pay whatever collectors are asking, because I think it still has room, and it should be valued much higher. I mean, this should be $100 book in my opinion. Now I know it's a '90s book. There are a lot of copies out there, but you know, there are a lot of '90s books that are over $100, and that have that for a major character and major uh, in term. This is the origin story, right? There's just no other origin story that explains how he became the Wolverine, Weapon X, and Wolverine. So um, that's really dark too. For great, great artwork, great storytelling. Kind of checks all the boxes for me in terms of a book you'd want to own. So happy to share that. Let me know what you guys think. There's a lot of I know there's a lot of Dazzler hype out there. Let me know what you think of the whole you know Deadpool cast coming to the Chiefs football game, or was it the New York? It was, anyways. The Chiefs. They were in New York. The whole cast shows up and sits up in the luxury box, and of course, the whole comic book community is just like, Psh, "What's going on? Oh, Dazzler's coming to Deadpool." I think it's a smart move to bring Dazzler for Marvel, because her her immense popularity is just going to make whatever in whatever cameo appearance, or you know maybe she does a soundtrack, or whatever she touches seems to like just explode in popularity. So from a marketing standpoint, it's just a brilliant move on uh, you know Marvel's part. But yeah, I mean, she's people aren't even excited anymore that Hugh Jackman's returning as Wolverine. It seems just like, yeah, oh yeah, we don't care for that anymore. We want to see like Taylor Swift, and so I'm not I'm not even one iota interested in picking up first appearance of Dazzler. I thought she was a great character, and in the '80s. Don't get me wrong. Um, she kind of had this like weird like aerobics instructor like suit when she joined the X-Men, like this blue like headband and blue suit. It was just a weird. And again, she had just these weird powers. She kind of had these like she could do a light show. That's essentially her power, right? Like, distract you with a light show. How many times or how dumb do you have to be to keep falling for a light show trick? Whereas like Jubilee, like her her fireworks were had a little bit more like pop and like you know danger element to that. Um, Felt like so she was kind of swapped out for Jubilee later on with the ridiculous light show powers. But yeah, let me know what you think. What character or story or think like what would you like to see in the X-Men movie? Um, yeah, I think Taylor Swift was born or made to play Dazzler, because Dazzler is the singer, and the it just makes sense you want to get a pop star to play the comic book equivalent. So it's gonna be cool. Just was never a real big Dazzler fan, and not a big Taylor Swift fan. So if she plays Dazzler, that's fine. I just hope like it doesn't become the Taylor Swift Dazzler movie. she'll probably make a brief cameo experience. People freak out about that, and that may lead to her joining the X-Men um, for future movies, which is fine because that tells me then the uh, not the 90s X-Men, but really the 80s X-Men are what you're going to see them focus on if it goes that route, right? We're going to see Longshot. We're going to see maybe pre-sexy Psylocke, Braddock Psylocke, right? We're going to see possibly Jubilee, but more a rogue-focused, like a rogue-focused X-Men, Storm-focused, Forge-focused X-Men, um, maybe even an X Factor, uh, where they split the teams up. But either way, that would be a cool prospect too. So definitely curious to know how they're gonna weave all this together. Um, I'm really curious to know who's going to be writing the new movie too, because I think that'll play a big part in, is this going to be, are you going to get your typical Hollywood writers writing the script, or are you going to get like comic book writers, comic book slash Hollywood writers? Because I think that'll make the difference between a person like me watching versus your typical. So let's face it, there's two types of audiences out there who watch comic book movies. There's comic book people, people who read comic books, people who collect comic books, and then there are just casual comic book content fans. They probably are not reading comic books, but they love watching the movies, right? They love the Marvel characters, they love the Disney, they just love kind of pop culture esque. Maybe they're collecting toys or something, but it's sort of not the core fan group. And that really plays out. You can tell, like, oh, this is fan service to the core fans that this movie played a lot of attention to getting everything right from the comic books. And then you have your films that are just like, man, it's just it's entertainment. It's entertainment, but it's more toward the mass culture, educating them on things that comic book fans already know. So um, I think though with Kevin Feige and it remains to be seen. I don't want to make any assumptions that it will be good, but I'm hoping they have a clean slate to do X-Men with, clean slate. So I'm hoping they do something. And people out by this time, everybody knows X-Men's origin and history, and who Professor X, who Magneto, who all these core characters are. So if they're going to bring in Dazzler and other sort of more lesser known characters, I hope they really put some thought into how uh, those characters are introduced in the story that they're gonna progress down. Right. It's the Zerus of Psylocke Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon was a little after my time, so I never got into Pokemon or Dragon Ball Z. I do appreciate Dragon Ball Z, but I never got into it. Um, it was so big in Japan. I mean, it's so many people are into Dragon and Pokemon. Pokemon was just globally everybody was into. Um, all right, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Mm, Again, it just feels good when I am able to pick up, you know, stuff like this for $2 a book. Um, Completed this run now, which is great. Um, just love this. This is, I mean, this is why you fell in love with Frank Miller, right? This is such a big moment in Batman, Batman's history right there. I mean, you could argue this is also an undervalued book, but I feel like for 25 bucks, these books go for about 15 each. This one's 20, 25. This one's 25. I feel like that's good value for a book. Um, and a great story there. Beautiful artwork. Uh, yeah, I love these adventure comics that I got. I definitely would love to pick up more action, adventure, Lois Lane, Superman, all the things from the Silver Age. Um, and that'll be a fun, I think, thing to pursue when I'm retired and I have a lot more time and maybe some, a little bit of like money to just enjoy the hobby. Probably be more focused on the hobby when I'm at that age, retirement age. So that'll be a fun thing to, I think, focus on. Hopefully, the Silver Age books stay about. You can get low grade, mid to low grade Silver Age books rather cheap. I think you can find them for $2. Especially at some of the shows and um, at some of the comic book shops as well. You're not gonna probably find them for lower than $2. Generally, they're like in the five to $2 range for non-key Silver Age books. But they're just so funny. These covers are just hilarious. Yeah. I love that there's like writing all over my copies. Oh, that's the other thing. So you know, a lot of the books I've kind of. I mean, I don't want to say I'm finished collecting comic books. Um, what I'm doing is I'm taking a step back, like I did back in the '90s when I stopped collecting. Um, just because you know, I was working, I was in a different country as well, and kind of my life kind of moved on from comic books. And during the pandemic, it's kind of like I came back to comic books. I just dove in the deep end. Hey, Les Crucius, what's up? What's up from New Mexico? Um, and it was a real journey because getting back into comic books and relearning the hobby, because the hobby has changed a lot. It's man, I mean, when I was collecting, Action Comic Books was going for like 25,000. Yeah, Action Comics 1 was going for like 25,000, which was still like highly valued at that time. But I mean, it's going for millions now. And so that, first and foremost, that's the biggest difference. It's like the valuation on some of these like key books have they're significant. The other thing is just how many more people are in the hobby now. You know, back when I was collecting, I was like the only person in my network of people. I had a bunch of card collecting buddies. I mean, I could count card collectors left and right at school. Um, but comic book collectors, very few and far between. In fact, my closest friend, he wasn't into comic books, but I got him into comic books. Um, and then we both started collecting. And he was into X-Men as well. So we kind of were just collecting the same thing and hanging out and doing all that in college, like toward the end of high school and toward our college days. He went to NYU, I went to a different school, but we would hang out, on our breaks and when we were back home. So um, that was cool. But yeah, I mean, I was kind of like outside of him, didn't really have comic book a community of people to hang. I mean, you could go to the your local comic book shop and talk to like older guys who were into comic books or talk to people in the store, but that was when you left the store, that was the end. You maybe talk to the owner, but he was looking to sell books. He wasn't looking to like you know make friends with you or befriend you in any way. So it was always a sort of a thing you kind of did by yourself, and you had your little short box or long box in the corner. You dumped comics in there and you read them. And I was always mindful of the condition back then because that's the kind of collector I was. I would read them, but I would read them ever so carefully, so not to affect the condition. Um, but yeah, now it's like now the hobby is really kind of front and center with all the attention and just the money that's dumped into uh, comic conventions and in this industry. So it's much bigger, it's much broader. It's still at the core, it's still storytelling and artwork, right? So um, getting back in's been fun, and I think for me, I've really honed in on first of all who I am, what I used to collect. That's still it's more pronounced now, and I'm definitely what you would call an artist collector. I collect the art, um, but also respecting sort of the history and connecting with things I've had direct contact with. And of course, I'm trying to read more books and do those things now, but it's just one of those things. You have a kid and you're working, it's just hard to find time to sit down and read comic books. It's a little bit of an excuse, I know, but I really feel that way. Like, to really get vested in like a run, and I think trade paperbacks from the library is kind of my where I'm at right now. Um, but even having said that, like, I checked out this book along with the Action Comics. It's the 80th anniversary collection. I'm still reading the Super. I'm like midway through the Superman collection, so haven't even gotten to Batman yet. But I've read, as a kid, I read the greatest Batman stories ever told, which is like all the core stories. So, and then I did the same for the Superman ones as well. So, I feel like my knowledge of the important stories from that history I read as a kid. But I'd love to just kind of delve back into it as an adult because you obviously are a different person from when you were a kid. So you're gonna have a different approach, and that's the way I feel about Superman. Going back and reading these Superman stories, I'm like, wow, that's something I forgot or didn't realize, and you're definitely looking at sort of not only the character of Superman, but the cast of characters around him, and how they relate to who he is. And again, it's a lot of fun, especially the Silver Age stuff is just kind of campy and goofy and fun still. So those are things I enjoy about that. But right, yeah. Um, but I think why I'm stepping back away from the hobby this time around, like you said, Miss So, um, I kind of let the hobby pull me away from everyday life, and that was what was concerning. So I think that's what um, I had actually licensed to do that in the summer because I was by myself. My family was in Japan, and I was again working just to make comic book budget money, which is great. But I had some goals to save. I did save a, a specific amount of that, which I'm going to continue to maybe hold in reserve or just use to have our family use it. I think I actually gave it to my wife, so she's going to do something with it. But we'll see. But for the most part, me taking a step back is just acknowledgement of the goals I put forth for the collection. And I've met a lot of the goals, a lot of the books I want to pick up. There's still a lot of books that I want to pick up. GI Joe #1 I didn't get. Transformers #1 I did not get. But those are books, you know, they'll swing up and down and all that. But there's so many copies out there. Uh, I have every opportunity to get those books down the road, and um, there's that. There's one book I really want to get, which is the new Jim Lee Wonder Woman book, and that's the essentially, if you know, I have the Batman Superman standing on top of their gargoyles. One's a stone gargoyle, one's a sort of a steel. Uh, I don't want to say it's a gargoyle. It's just a steel precipice on top of the skyscraper, and they're facing out. Right, it's a connecting cover, but Jim Lee adds a third panel to that, and it's Wonder Woman facing, but she's also on a precipice, and so it's this, three uh, three panel connecting cover, the Trinity, and Jim Lee completed it. He was like, "This is the missing piece that connects Batman and Superman," and just beautifully done. The color on that Wonder Woman book is just so soft, and like it really is the perfect blend between the day and the night, and sort of this like dusk or dawn, like soft color. Oh, it's just how that transitions is absolutely genius, beautiful, and I gotta have that book. I want to try to get the foil versions of all three, but I definitely want to get the standard version first, and then, again, those books are just going to be out there. I don't think they're going to spike up in value. There are probably a lot of copies out there, so I don't mind waiting until they show up in like maybe a dollar bin or discount bin. But I definitely want that Wonder Woman ASAP. I want to get it, just have it, and then slowly work toward getting those foil covers at some point. Um, Now, for those of you who have been watching me from the start of my journey, which really started about 2, 3 years ago, we're going into this is the third year, so we're going into our fourth year of the channel, which is really like 4 years. It seemed rather quick, but at the same time, I've met so many great people through the community, present company included, right? Um, K-pop, Miss So, Las Cruces, uh, you know, Trev, the shipping guru, Fanboy Prime, Metarog, uh, Bueller, you know, Sleepy Reader, and of course my main bro, Naman the Drama, and all the people I conducted these trades with and people I've traded with in the past. Um, Over the 4 years, I've met a lot of interesting and just wonderful people. And I want to just thank all of you for, supporting. It's not even thanking you for supporting this channel. I mean, what's to support? Just watching and maybe liking and doing all that. I'm not, this was never about growing the audience or doing all that. It's just me on a platform talking about a hobby that I really love and my journey, just sharing that, what I'm picking up, sharing, being able to talk about books. Because, like I said, back when I was collecting, aside from my best friend, we talked about books all the time. But I'm just saying, aside from that, there wasn't all that many connections to make in this hobby. But that's part of what's changed about the hobby. We have this great platform, social media platform, where we really feel connected. I feel so connected with many of you. Hey, what's up, Damien? Just talking about Damien, like all the great relationships uh, in the past couple of years that I've built through not only this channel, but just the comic book community. So I'm not leaving YouTube. I'm just taking a step back from collecting because I've just amassed so much. I feel like I'm at the point where, like, you know, if I keep building and adding, it's becomes, I don't feel like it's healthy, right? Like, um, just the amount of financial, you know, the amount of finances that are going into the collection. I think that is, I mean, not that I'm pouring a lot, but definitely after this summer, it felt like a lot of my time, attention, and all that was too focused on the hobby. So I'm just taking a step back, definitely cutting down on the spending. But for those of you who've been watching me from the beginning, um, I've picked up yeah, but you picked up some big books, so I can understand. um, but yeah, so again, I had the goal of filling up this filing cabinet, and it's chock full of books now. Um, and it's chock full of books. So, for those of you who've been watching me, you know what I mean by unmyeong books. Unmyeong is the Korean word for destiny, fate. And I'm going to explain this again for the umpteenth time for those of you who want to understand my philosophy to picking up books. Unmyeong is your path. There's only one path in your life, and that's a unique path because everything on that path, no one else experiences. Maybe people who walk along that path with you at some point, but no one can stay on that path with you. So everybody's thread of Unmyeong is unique and original to who they are. So, and that includes what you like, that includes the people you have in your life, and all the experiences that come from that. So, comic book collecting is really encapsulates Unmyeong. And let me give you an example. Two people in the same community can go to the comic book shop, but that comic book shop is only going to have a set amount of books. So let's say we're both looking for like this book, just for example, okay? Now, the person who gets there first and finds this book gets that book. And maybe there's two copies. Then, in that instance, both people can pick up the same book. But that's my point. Like, you have what the LCS has or what access you have to books. I mean, if you're buying books on eBay, I guess you can satiate whatever you want and get that. There are a lot of collectors like that. They just go out, I want this book. I'm going to go out, pay what I need to pay, and have that book. That's a form of unmyeong, okay? But for me, unmyeong is sort of it has more of a random element to it where you don't know what you're going to get. You go, and that's life. That's life, right? You can plan all you want. You can, set all these goals and whatever. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what life brings to you is completely unexpected, and that's what unmyeong means to me, and that's what I mean by unmyeong collection. The books that I have in my collection, much of it was planned, much of it was, um, like things that I sought out and found, but much of it was unplanned. Much of it was like kind of I ran into and I decided this is something I like, or I educated myself about it, and I'm like, I want more of this, and you it takes you down a different path. So that's what I really love about this hobby. There's just if you know who if you know who you are and what you like to collect, please stay focused on that. Um, this hobby isn't about buying what other people are buying. I think there's an element of that in the hobby that doesn't stay true to who you are as a collector. Because we're all different, we're all unique, and this hobby offer can play to that. Um, it can really, you know, there's so much to read and enjoy and collect. So really having a good idea of what and that's an unmem journey, right? You maybe people are telling you to read Wolverine, but you go out and read Dazzler, and you think that's my girl because you made that unmyeong connection with Dazzler. She's your unmyeong, right? She's your unmyeong character, and that sets you along a path along Dazzler. Fortunately for me, growing up, uh, I was reading all kinds of different things, Marvel, DC, but what I was reading is what kind of formed my love for the stories and the characters, and that's continued to this day. I love G.I. Joe. I love Wolverine. I love the X-Men. I love Spider-Man. I love Batman. I love Superman. So that's a sort of a big pot of a lot of people love those characters. That's great. Um, and I think that's what connects us as hobbyists, right? Our love for these stories, our love for these characters. And that's what I find really gratifying about the hobby. But again, not everything I like is what other people, I mean, we may have certain things we both share, but that umbrella of what I collect and that umbrella of what another person collects, they all intersect and they all are different. And again, that's what makes collecting so much fun. And really, what taking a step back means for me is I'm looking at the books in my collection now, and I'm really getting a lot of enjoyment and stuff from them. But every journey has an end, and for me, I feel like this current cycle, um, it's coming to an end. Partly because the space I have for the books is diminished. I think the budget now, you know, the value I put in terms of like collecting and stuff now, it's diminished as well. Like, you know, um, I still want to pick up Jim Lee books. There's, first of all, I got 200. I did the count recently. I have 253 of the 553 books that Jim Lee has worked on or written, and actually not written, just 553 of the books he's worked on as an artist. There are 553 Jim Lee books that he's worked on, and I don't have even half of that. I have 253 of the 553. I should say 254 of the 553, and I'm fine with that. I'm actually very happy with that because, first of all, it's a sizable collection, but every book, I've got doubles of a lot of that too. So that 253 are the one is the count I don't just single count, not even counting the doubles. So if you count all my doubles, it's probably double that. But it's I'm at a I'm at a place of satisfaction, contentment. I don't feel like I need to add more. There's a lot to add more. There's more to add, believe you me. But again, Unmyeong, I had the journey, and it's coming to an end. And what I have now are my Unmyeong books, and then I look back, and this 3-4 year period was such an enjoyable period. Again, meeting all of you, connecting with all of you, um, getting these books, the joy of going to the LCS, digging through the boxes, finding things of value to me for um, things that are for like $2 or a quarter, or I don't spend all that. I mean, I have spent uh, a sizable investment this summer, but my point is, like, those were books that kind of like I had this pent up urge to get all of that, and then when I had the budget, I just kind of spent kind of freely to pick those up. But even in that spending, we were picking it up for like the full value. We were getting discounted deals on those books. So I feel like, picked up a lot of value this summer, even though we probably spent more than we normally do. And so what led me to take that step back is just the satisfaction I have with what I have. Um, and I think everybody has to get to that point, because this is a hobby where you can really never be satisfied, right? You can kind of like pick up a bunch of stuff and you're happy with it, but then you look at what other people have and you want to get that, or things pop up, people tell you to buy this, or this is the new book, and you're like, oh yeah, I want to get that. And it's this never ending cycle of never being satisfied. And for myself, I can speak for myself. I look at my Young collection and what I have, and I'm satisfied. Yeah. I go these days, I'm just like, I'm not really looking to pick anything up anymore. Obviously, I'd love to have an entire run of adventure comics. I'd love to have an entire run of action comics. These are things that are, you know, um, if we had fine art resources, just if I had all the money and space in the world, if I was a billionaire, I'd go out and get Action Comics 1. If I was a million, even if I was a millionaire, I'd go. There's some guys on YouTube right now living that dream. They're going out and they're buying, like, they're auctioning, buying, auctioning, going to auctions and getting like high grade copies of Golden Age books and stuff, or they're finding collections or buying collections. Man, the Golden Age Guru, did you see what he just got back from CGC? He got his own like pedigree collection of like high grade, mid to high grade Golden Age classics. And I'm just looking at that collection going, man, that's super fire. Like it breeds that that desire to have those books. But hey, I think my collection's pretty dope too. And my collection's dope because I have the stuff that I collected as a kid and that I wanted to collect, and that the things you know, my era of books that I wanted to collect. Also, the older books, the books that I put a lot of value in. But obviously, as a hobbyist and person who appreciates the history of these characters, some of those Golden Age Supermans that the Golden Age Guru was showing up. That's just a dream, you know. Um, those are definitely Grail books, and so. But again, you got to be content, find your balance or your niche in collecting. And again, with everything I have at this point, you know, like this book here from the trade, this to me is like gold right here. As a Jim Lee collector, this is the kind of stuff that's like super satisfying to have in the collection. Um, Having a gajillion copies of this Jim Lee book is immensely satisfying. And a book like this, Peach Momoko's first American comic book art, first work in comic books, to be honest. Because she never did comic books in Japan. That's a misnomer I think people have. Like, did she some kind of manga artist that came here and started doing? No, she was doing like her own style of artwork that she just happened to stumble upon getting into this industry and being recognized and just following that career path. So, um, really blessed to have, in my two forays into collecting, one when I was a kid, Jim Lee was, I saw Jim Lee's career unfold and grow into what it's become. Blessed, that's the blessing, first blessing. The second blessing is coming into the hobby right at the time when Peach took off, right? 2020 is when the age of Peach, that sort of, and again, I think maybe Peach Mania subsided a little bit, but she still commands so much uh, respect and love in the hobby. So I really feel blessed to be focused on these two artists in this my second foray into collecting, um, and to have picked up so many books by these two artists. And of course, um, in this, again, the second foray into comic book collecting, picked up a lot of Jim Lee, picked up a lot of Neil Adams, picked up a lot of John Byrne, picked up a lot of Romita Sr. this summer. I picked up a lot of Romita Sr. this summer, a lot of George Lopez over that time. And so, yeah, very happy with um, everything I was focused on picking up. Now I have a bunch of books that aren't those that core. And that's what I'm looking to trade and sell over time, or just maybe give away at some point. Um, but yeah, it's been interesting and fun. Yeah, I mean, it's a big. Think about it. As a hobbyist, you want to own Action Comics One because that's what everybody wants to own. Everybody puts such a high value. It's so highly valued. But if you, like, I agree, Damien. If you were actually faced with a prospect, you had $1 million in the bank, which is maybe just a minute fraction of your entire fortune or wealth. Okay, um, but to spend $1 million on a comic book, I mean, that's for people who don't have that kind of luxury or wealth. That's a hard thing to swallow. And so you know, even spending $1,000 on a book, the most I spent on a book this past summer was two 120 bucks. Yeah, that was the biggest purchase this summer. $120. They were on two books or three books. Sorry, spent $320 on three, so three separate books. So 360 for for three books. Um, One was that 9/8 Superman foil signature, Jim Lee. That's right there. The other was this Chris Claremont signature of Wolverine. Sorry, first Wolverine solo cover, the yellow suit. That was 120 bucks, and of course, this Golden Age first Lana Lang. Spent 120 on that one. Um, so spending $1,000 on a book. I mean, I was prepared to spend three to $400 on the Neil Adams Joker cover, which I wasn't able to find. I'm seeing it online now for like $300 $400 graded copies, but I don't have the money now. Um, I was kind of hoping to pick up like GI Joe one, Transformers one, for like in the $50 to $70 range raw, um, sort of VF copy. Uh, that didn't happen. No local comic book shop has. I mean, I think Grumpy Old Man Grumpy Comics in Seattle just got like, I think, 10 copies of GI Joe one, all newsstands. He's selling them for like 100 a pop. And the thing about Grumpy Old Man Comics, I go in there. He's, first of all, he's a hoarder. He has just books everywhere. But he does his pricing. His pricing is a little on the overpriced side, and he wasn't very welcoming when I walked into that shop on multiple occasions. Um, I don't know what it is. There are just some people, like, you're there as a customer, but they don't treat you like a customer. They kind of treat you as somebody who's like soliciting your business for some reason. And it, it's not like I was going in there and trying to be unfriendly or trying to be a nuisance. I was just going in there digging comic books. But these owners, they just don't make you feel welcome. And so I think that's just poor business. Um, and even Jeff, to a certain degree, like, Jeff and I have this great relationship. He knows me. We have great conversations, but you catch Jeff on a bad day and he's just griping and yelling and kind of like, he's not the most pleasant person on certain days. So those instances, you don't get deals, or like he's always got some issue with something. He's complaining about something, but it is what it is. Like comic book sellers aren't perfect people. You can't expect them to cater to your every need, but it is disappointing when, as a customer, and as a business, if you're interacting with a business, to get that low level of service or just attention, or like, get out of my shop, that kind of stuff is not that they ever said that, but when you feel that way, right? When you feel like somebody doesn't want you in their shop because they don't think you're going to spend or do, you know, that's that's um that's not, you don't want to support people like that. Yeah, old grumpy. I think it's Grumpy Old Man Comics. Grumpy Old Man Comics. Ancient Comics. Yeah, that's Jeff's shop, and that's, again, I go there because he has the best deals. But you catch him on a bad day, and he's kind of complaining, and he's not being the most positive person. Um, I guess that's just he's just being real. He's being who he is, and I get that. It doesn't bug me because I know he's a good guy, and he's um, not gonna screw over customers by selling books at prices that maybe the grade or market doesn't justify. But yeah, Grumpy Old Man Comics, the guy in Seattle, um, he man, you ask him on a price on a comic book, and he'll just throw this exorbitant number at you. And you're just like, on what planet is someone going to pay like $30 for a '90s book, right? Um, so it's just one of those things that like turns you off. I had the same experience with Mighty Moose Comics at the Bellevue's. I think it's the Bellevue Square. No, not Bellevue Square. It's the Factoria Mall. The Factoria Mall. There's this, you know, place called Mighty Moose Comics, and I sat there having a nice conversation with a guy who's going through a lot. He's going through some health issues and all that. But I was digging through the dollar bin books, got a stack, maybe about 10 to 15 books. I'm going to spend about $10 to $15 on these books. Get up to the counter. The guy just starts taking stuff out and saying, "Oh, this is five. This is five. This is five. I'll take 10 for this." These are all dollar bin books. So basically, essentially, what I did was I did all the hunting and digging for him so that he could bag and board comics of value, put them in the higher price books, and then sell me the garbage that was remaining. And I did purchase the dollar books, but I haven't gone back since, and I refuse to go there because of that experience. Um, that's just that's the probably the worst thing a person can do. Like, know what's in your inventory. Okay, don't have customers doing your work for you. So that was real. And the guy's an older gentleman. I get it. His business is probably barely scraping by. Yeah, fine, I get it, but doesn't mean I have to support that kind of operation. Um, he seems to be doing fine because that comic book shop is still there. I'm sure rent in the mall is not cheap, but if he's managing it, that means he's having enough success with selling new books and all that. So yeah, I don't think he's moved. I think he's still still he hasn't moved. He might have visited Thailand, but I'm pretty sure that the shop's still open, right? Yeah. Now, one of my favorite shops is Destiny City Comics. Um, Ethan, who's a pro wrestler, or I shouldn't say pro wrestler, he's an amateur pro wrestler, meaning he's a local, they have a local sort of amateur wrestling league. And it's like the WWF style wrestling, not the Roman Greco wrestling. Um, and I think he's like plays a bad guy in this league, but that's the opposite of who he is in real life. In real life, he's like the most um, kind, generous, warm uh, comic book owner. And that guy, again, he really underprices the books that he has, and he has really an eclectic selection of toys, books, just collectibles. Um, but his business gets broken into all the time, but he still has such a positive attitude to his customers. Um, it's really nice to see. Uh, Now, who knows if he's relatively young. I think he inherited the shop, or he bought the shop from a previous owner. He's in downtown Tacoma, which isn't the safest location in Tacoma. And who knows? Maybe after years of selling and going through all these issues of being a small business owner, his his outlook and demeanor might change. He might become the grumpy old man comics owner. But for now, he definitely makes me feel valued as a customer when I go in there. And he's always delivered. He never changes the price. He's been very patient. If I have books on hold or whatever, I tell him, hey, I'll try to be in the shop a week or two from now, or eventually after like a couple of weeks, I just have him ship it to me. Always patient, always, you know, quick to ship, accurate with the invoicing and all that. Princess of Comic Gains, no. Is she a online seller? Yeah, I agree. Um, so it's a business, and I get it. And the thing is, and this is, I think, business 101, you have to provide value for your customers. Okay. That's just hands down the foundation of commerce. You sell something of value, and you do it with integrity, you build trust with the customer, you're transparent, you're honest, uh, and you build a reputation and brand for your business if you do that consistently over time. So I get you have to make a certain margin, you have to make a certain amount to stay in business. I get it. That's a lot of financial pressure. It's probably the reason I'm not a comic book shop owner. I'm just a comic book collector. But when you make that decision to go into business, well, if you don't have again, that fundamental understanding of what business is, it's probably the reason you're struggling, right? To maintain like customers. If you're just looking to make a fast buck and not get that revolving door of repeat business, repeat customers, then you're just bound to fail. But apparently, some of these businesses, they're doing the right things to certain customers, I guess. But again, I consider well, not now that I'm taking a step back. Maybe I'm not the best comic book customer because I'm not looking to buy anything now. But um, when I retire and I have that retirement money to spend on books, uh, hopefully they'll still be around and they'll want my business then, but we'll see. All right. What other things are going on? DCU. There's a lot of James Gunn is giving us sort of a preview of, like, he's first of all he's posting up a lot of um, I guess classic. I should say classic. I just the like he's focusing on the history of Superman, and he just put up this like mural of like books, like Superman key stories. So I like that approach. I like the fact that I think there are a couple stories he's sort of put out there as things that he's going to draw from, but those aren't the only two things. So what we're going to get eventually from James Gunn is a completely original story, but one that focuses on, like we've been saying, it's focusing on his core, the core essence of who Superman is, which is uh, an alien who's adopted a home, a family. Uh, Earth is his adopted home and family, and how that shapes how he goes about um, using this great power that he has. Uh, and that's always been the essence of Superman, right? So um, I think, you know, a story that can really highlight and bring that to the fore. Because I think the last couple of Superman movies, you had sort of this like kind of brooding Superman who's like kind of figuring things out as he was going along, which is great. But um, again, just the focusing on that origin and really the psychology around that origin, I think it will be key to making Superman just again relevant to today's audience. And he's lost a lot of relevance to today's audience. I mean, you go on social media. I saw a post today where they said they were comparing. It was a social media post, and they compared Action Comics 1 to Detective Comics 1 and said, which one do you prefer, or which one would you take? And the comment list was just overrun by Batman. Everybody was like, Detective Comics, Batman. Like, it was just, the entire thread was Batman. I think I was the only Superman comment in that thread. And that's really disappointing as a Superman fan. It's really. Oh, Everett. Okay. No, I haven't checked it out, Liz Crucis. Are they in LCS? Do they have dollar bin books? That's the first thing I should ask. Do they have dollar? Do they have back issue dollar bins? I do. Everett Comics. I've been there a couple times. I like that owner a lot. Um, First of all, not that his pricing is the best, but um, he was friendly. He wasn't giving you this like attitude, or his demeanor was just like, welcome to my shop, take as much time as you need to find things. And he was we were talking comic books, the stuff he liked. And so, I mean, that's just a perfect example of, not everything has to be a bargain, but at the end of the day, if you're treated fairly and your pricing is justified, I mean, you're getting some, a a certain amount of value from the pricing. That's always a good experience and appreciated, right? I get why Batman is popular. I get it, but it's a real dark story, you know. And I think that's partly why maybe people uh, identify with Batman a little more. He's more of like a real character who's really gone through a big conflict. But if you think about Superman, it's the same thing. Superman's an orphan. He was adopted by loving parents, but Bruce Wayne has the wealth, right? It's just kind of like they go through two, they go through pretty much similar experiences where you're just ripped apart from a tragic event. But Superman grows up in a loving. He's raised by parents. He grows up in a loving family, and he's sort of through his experience in that community and the support group that he has, he becomes sort of this like hero of heroes. Whereas Batman's more like, I just want to get all the bad guys and I hate people, and he's more of a dark character. So um, you have sort of a yin and yang, and Batman is right. I really hope um, we get to a point. Obviously, Superman's going to be a Superman independent thing, and Batman's the Matt Reeves Batman's doing his thing. But at some point, we're going to have a world's finest, and where the two team up, the two befriend each other, and that relationship builds, and you get sort of like a Starsky Hutch series of Superman Batman films. I really hope we get that at some point, because that would be just like, that's kind of where like you want to see that full circle come in the two characters and their relation, because their relationship in comic books is so central to everything that DC is, right? Um, and we don't ever see that. We've never seen it, in fact. When have you seen Superman and Batman? I think the Avengers tried to, or sorry, not the Avengers, the Justice League, um, kind of tried to do it, but they were fighting each other. They were fighting each other, so they didn't really create that dynamic. I think the dynamic really should be like Superman's like doing his thing, Batman's doing his thing. They run into each other, kind of like the animated series. They, Superman obviously can figure out who Batman is in an instant. It's not like his secret identity is going to be like, you know, with super hearing and X-ray vision. I mean, you can figure out who Batman is, but the fact that Superman doesn't betray that, and at some point reveals who he is to Batman, and Batman doesn't betray that, and then that trust of having the same goal of catching bad guys or doing the right thing, that bond they share, that commitment to that goal that they share, really brings them together, even though they're very opposites on the. And that works, right? Um, it's like the Odd Couple. What makes the Odd Couple so interesting is like they're forced to kind of work together and be together, but they're going to have those conflicts. But at the end of the day, they're friends, and they they respect each other. So oh, Princess works at an LCS. Okay. Yeah, again, I had a good experience at Ever Comics. Ancient Comics is the place I go to probably the most. Not because the service is great or anything, but Jeff has really fair prices, really, I should say, really good prices, and the quarter bins, right? Mill Geek is another place I go to often because they have 50-cent bins where you can find a lot of Chimley value in books. But again, in terms of, I think, like people I really enjoy like supporting, and I don't mind paying more for a book from their shop, even though that never happens. It's so fairly priced. You're just like, wow, you feel like you're just getting the book for free at that point. But that's Destiny City Comics. Um, Ethan's my guy. All right, well, so yeah, you know, my collection's at a point where I'm just really happy with where it is, and I'll hit up the LCS. In fact, Naman Young is coming to Seattle, and I think I'll have a few bucks saved to hit the LCS with him. And we'll probably go to Mill Geek this time because I want to pick up that Wonder Woman book. And I know Jeff won't have it. Jeff doesn't sell new books. So I'll go to Mill Geek, pick up that Wonder Woman book. We'll hit the 50-cent bins. We'll make a day of it. And that's going to be fun. Um, and I hope to do more of that. Like, I hope to get down to Portland um, one of these days and, you know, hang out with you, Damien, and go to the LCS and just dig through books. Again, not with a purpose of trying to spend a lot or anything, but just trying to find value, find those Young books, right? And enjoy hanging out. Um, but other than that, I'm going to try to read some more books. I've been really focused on, spending just playing with my kid. He just wants to play all the time, so that's all I do. I get home, we play. On the weekends, he gets up, we play, um, and just trying to balance work and spending time with him. So, comic books were taking up a lot of that kind of mental energy and space, but now I feel like now that I'm kind of taking a step back, I'm able to focus on what's really important. Um, but yeah, like, man, picking up books like this has been really, really, really satisfying. And I really want to, when we talk about the market price of things, you got to realize supply demand um, doesn't really play. I mean, I guess it does play a big role in the pricing and the market value of some of these books. But think about think about what demand for a book really entails. Is it a book? Is the price for a book or a demand for a book the value you place on the book, or is it really just a market of the marketplace for the value of that book? And the reason I'm telling you to, if you're really focused on what you like, right, that marketplace, in especially in the comic book hobby, the marketplace is going to focus on things that have that buzz factor, that trending factor, that like that Dazzler book is a great example, right? Everybody knows that's where the demand is right now. Well, not for me, okay? But I'm just saying the marketplace is putting value on that Dazzler book. The marketplace is putting value on what else is the Deadpool books, right? Um, And that's what I'm telling you to avoid. Avoid those marketplace pitfalls, because I'm telling you, you can go into, it's kind of like trading. You can go into a comic book shop. That comic book shop is going to have a book, and you are free to negotiate price on that book. And you should. And if the comic book owner doesn't want to negotiate and says that price is that price, you have every right to say, no, I'm sorry, I don't value that book at that price. Um, and you can walk away, you know, uh, because the market, you dictate the price in the marketplace. Okay. As you know, if it's in an auction, whether it's an auction, whether it's just, B2C transaction, you dictate it. If you think it's worth that price, then you pay that price. If you don't think it's worth that price, don't pay that price. And so people out there, they look at the book value, they price it at that book value. But I'm telling you right now, that book value is just a marketplace price. And you can finagle and talk down that price. There are a lot of sellers that will sell below book value, that will sell way below book value if they think this is a book I just want to move. I don't value it much. Okay. So you can find those deals. You can find that those bargain bin deals, right? The dollar bin. Again, condition is a marketplace. It's a marketplace hobby standard for condition. And I buy into condition. I'm not going to say condition isn't important to what a book should be valued at. But I'm saying, like, that's not a convention you have to adhere to. Like, is really a 9.8 of a book that you want any better than a 3.5 of a book that you want? Is it really worth $1,000 more? Um, and I'm of the opinion, no. Like, condition isn't the first and foremost thing I look at when I look at owning a book in the collection. I just have to enjoy it. And this copy here, low grade with the Amy's written on it, Amy practicing how to, I guess, sign her name on this adventure comic. It tells me a girl named Amy owned this book. She read it, she drew on the cover, and now it's part of my collection. It's my Unmyeong book. No one else has the Amy signature, Adventure Comics 314. It's now part of the Otaku collection. And Amy S., whoever you are a Superboy fan. You're a Superboy fan, Legion of Superheroes fan. Uh, Amy. I got 3 books from Amy's collection here that are Unmyeong books for me. I care less about the condition. And you know what? I got these books for 2 books. I mean, look, like, this book is chipping, and you can see that there's chipped pieces of the book on the back. And I'm still getting every piece of enjoyment I could out of having this in my collection. Man, these are just beautiful covers. Amy. Yeah, so there's another book for $2. Come on. $2 for Batman Year One. out of the half price books bin. Spine Ticks and All, new standard edition. That's value right there. That is value right there. Maybe the only better deal would have been to like get it for really half a cover, 35 cents. Instead, they have this policy now. If it's under $2, you pay just $2. um, Maybe we'll come down, Damien. We'll come down. Um, it's just been really hard because, like, every time I get free time to be with the kid, I feel guilty about doing anything without the family there. So, like, sneaking to the LCS and looking through dollar bins and all that. Like, I feel guilty because, like, these are precious moments that I should be spending with my son. But, Naman Young and I we're gonna reserve a time to hit comic book shops. If you don't mind coming up here again, we'll definitely be in this area doing that. So if you want to coordinate like that, we could. But we could also try to do a situation where, if I'm gonna tell my wife, hey, I'm gonna spend the day with Namanyang, we could just the crack of dawn head down to Portland, spend the day with you, and then come back like in the afternoon or so. And I'd be happy to do that. That'd be great, actually. Oh, that's exciting. Thanks, Las Cruces. Amy Pettigrew. Yeah, I have a one of one Amy Pettigrew. Who needs the sound? What is it? The Golden Age crew. His pedigree is called the sound something, referring to the Puget Sound. Las Cruces is in the Pacific Northwest. That's a great point. And so I have these trade paperback comic books, and my son is really into. I don't know if any of you are reading this, if you have kids or anything. If you maybe you're into this just as a comic book fan, but there's a Dav Pilkey series called Dogman and Cat Comic Fan Club. Is it Comic Cat Fan Club or Cat Comic Fan Club? Um, but my son loves those books, and so I've just been checking out. We have like a big pile of them right now, and I read these two. We try to, because I could read to him all night. If it was his way, he'd want me to read the entire book, but we want to get him to bed, so I'd say like only 5 chapters, and I read the 5 chapters, and he's like, more, I want to read the next chapter. And they have these fliporama like scenes where it's just like sort of an animated panel, right, showing motion. He he's absolutely loves those books, and so I've been trying to. I think he's going to really be into comic books at some point. Um, okay, yeah, that's an option because we're going to grab Korean food. If you want to get some Korean food too, you're more than welcome. Naman and I, more than hitting the comic book shop, it's like we kind of want to just eat good Korean food and hang out. So that's what we did last time. Um, oh yeah, New Mexico, right? Yeah, he's actually in New Mexico. New Mexico is warm. the southwestern part of the United States has been extremely, like, you've been suffering through heat waves. So hopefully you got the air conditioning, and it's keeping you cool through that. Texas, man, I don't know how people can live through. I mean, it's like triple digits for like 3 months at a time. I mean, I mean, obviously you have to have air conditioning in that environment, but man, that's brutal. We had a fairly mild summer, so I feel for people having to deal with triple digit heat. Um, so my son has just turned 4, um, and his primary language is Japanese. So when I read him the English comics, like the Dogman comics, he probably understands. I'm sure at some level he's understands the meaning of what's going on, but in terms of being able to communicate in English and all that, he's still not at that level yet. But I mean, once he starts school, like American, because he's going to Japanese preschool right now, which so his everything he's immersed in Japanese language for the most part, but we communicate in English, and he understands what I'm saying. And when I read him the books, he, I think he, on a certain level, he understands what's going on. So it's really interesting how kids can kind of pick up on that. But he loves the Dogman books. I mean, he just can't get enough of them. So we've already read, we've read 2 Dogman books, 2 Captain Underpants books, 1 comic cat fan club book, and we just started a new Dogman book. So, and yeah, he's just loving that. And I see him flipping through. So I have an Action Comics, again, the 80th anniversary Action Comics, and it's just, a series of books throughout the 80 years, sort of a catered list of key Action Comics books. And he flips through that, and he knows all the characters. I made sure to educate him on the Avengers, Batman, Spider-Man, especially Superman. But yeah, out of all the trade paperbacks and stuff I have lying around, he opened up Action Comics 1, he opened up Superman, and he he was, and he can't read, he's just looking at the pictures at that point, but the pictures tell a story, and he's kind of queuing on that. So it's fun to see him engage with the books. So I definitely want to take him. My wife. So this is the thing. Like, comic books are big in Japan. It's part of everybody's um, readership. It's kind of like what's a common American, like something every American is into. I guess it's kind of like cartoons for American kids. Like, American kids, they watch TV and they watch cartoons. That's something all kids to a certain level grow up doing, right? Manga is sort of that for Japanese kids. Every kid's into comic books, even through their adulthood. They're reading comics because comics in Japan, there's for every age group, for every different genre that people are into. It's just culturally what, like reading the newspaper, people read comic books. So my wife's not opposed to getting our kid into comic books. Like, he'll probably get into manga, to be honest. Um, and we'll support him to getting into manga because that'll keep him interested in Japanese language and connected to Japanese culture. The question is whether he'll be into American comic books. So once he's into manga, is he gonna take interest in something like this? And I kind of want to, show him there, because you can learn a lot about the different culture, because he has to kind of balance that identity and balancing those two cultures. I think comic books are a good way to show him the differences between his two identities, and I think he to enjoy just one aspect of comic books as opposed to because there's a lot to enjoy about American comic books as well. And so I really hope he's just not into manga, but he's into both, and he can appreciate the artistic, um, you know, differences and nuances that each culture brings to this medium, right? Um, but I definitely, I'm more on the American comic book leanings, even though I appreciate manga. I think manga on many levels is just operates on a different level in terms of quality and all that. But for me, like growing up reading this and um, being more vested in the stories that this history provides for me, um, for definitely for sure, it's like if I had a choice between the two, I'm gonna put more value and invest more in American comic books. Um, Again, but that's not to say I don't enjoy or don't respect or appreciate manga. It's just it's my preference. Um, and so I hope Leo picks a little bit of that up from me. I don't mind that he probably will like manga and be more into manga, but I just hope there's a part of him that will have that same appreciation for American comic books. That's great. That's great. 8-11, huh? I guess that's a good. I guess that's a good period to get into reading, and then find. I mean, like 11's when you start becoming an adolescent and probably having more interests that are geared toward what adults are into, right? So I can kind of see that happening with my son as well. Um, I definitely want to like give him as much reading material and support if he does want to like collect or read full runs of something. I do want to try to support that as much as possible. Have him build his own little collection because it's fun to finish a serial manga collection or a serial run of comic books or whatever. I just want to definitely support that. Um, but you just never know what kids are going to be into. And so the fact that he loves Dogman is kind of cool because, you know, and maybe the Dogman comic thing that'll be the end of his comic book love for comic books, but maybe it'll translate into more. The fact that he loves that Flipperama thing, though, leads me to believe he is enjoying artwork, story, and the the level of enjoyment you can get out of a page, like something that's created, telling the story on a page. I think that's pretty cool. All right, well, um, yeah, I haven't been doing much content these days, just because I haven't picked up. Again, these are things I've kind of sporadically. Again, 3 trades I did, and a part of me like after each trade I could have gone on and said, hey, this is what I gave up, this is what I got in return after each of those trades. But I was just feeling a little burnt out from collecting, and the trades were really sort of a just like sort of a like a gut reaction. Like I had these books, I wasn't gonna spend money on picking up books for a while. Um, and it's not like I suddenly had a dislike for the hobby. I still love this hobby. I still want to. These books still hold value for me, but I wanted to focus on getting rid of these sort of I would say overflow of books that have don't have a lot of value or priority in terms of I just have them because I was picking up keys and like just accumulating books from like bargain bins that were like key issues or had a certain amount of financial value, but they weren't they weren't what I wanted in my collection. So I've amassed a lot of them. So I was kind of focused on getting rid of those, and that's what led to these like trades of like, hey, I can pick up what I want and get in exchange for things I don't want. And again, thanks to Dave, Brandon, and Aaron Norenrad for helping make that happen, right? Helping make that exchange happen. And I picked up a lot of, I mean, geez, I think I ended up with more books than I was trying to get rid of books, but I ended up with more than, which doesn't help, right? Like I'm trying to create space, but I'm failing. But again, I picked up a lot of stuff that I did want. Um, Ironically, I didn't think I wanted this book, but now that I have it, I like it. But the Peach Momoko, I mean, that's um, like a blade cover like this. These covers of Vampirella, just this is just a beautiful, beautiful Peach Momoko cover. Look at this, all the detail and oh man, it's just beautiful. I think Dynamite. So I know she did like a color version of this in the Vampirella run, but they're really milking this. I think this has appeared as like in different shades as variant covers several times over. I'm sure this has appeared like virgins and black and whites and sketch versions of this has appeared multiple times. Again, a book like this, just a nostalgic, book. Um, yeah, this one's available. This one's available if you want. Oh, this is like this cover here, the Ian Hyuk Psylocke API variant cover. This is, I think, this was published during AAPI Heritage Month, and Naman Young and I, we kind of celebrate that month, focus on. Hopefully, we get Ian Hyuk on our channel at some point. Um, we could conduct the interview in Korean and maybe translate it. We probably can do it live, or we could translate live, I guess, if we ever got him on. But man, that would be special. But man, he's such a talent. I wasn't a big fan. I'm not a big fan of Ian Hyuk, to be honest. But this cover here, I absolutely love this cover. It's like a K-pop version of Psylocke. Oh, man, it's so freaking hot. Um, yeah, we picked up the first Talon. It was part of the trade. This beautiful We Have Demons cover. That's just it's a haunting cover right there. It's beautiful. Peach Bloom. And this is another beautiful, colorful Poison Ivy cover. Love her take on Poison Ivy there. It's great. This is not from the Amy collection, but it's maybe it is, and she just spared her name, her signature on this book. But love that cover. It's got the shop stamp here. This came from the book swapping C.E. Cantilus Book Swapping Center at some point. Price was $6, or maybe no, 63 cents or something. I don't know. Priced it out on there. This is for sale if you want it. Sale or trade. Yeah. Hit me up on Instagram message. This is available, third printing, if you want it. Pretty cool. Humberto Ramos cover. And yeah, I think in terms of the book of the haul, or the book of the trade I got, let me get into this. I know I surface on surface I described what this book was, but if you're a collector like me and you're into Jim Lee, this is about as a must-have as you can get. So let's just look at the artwork in this. You got that's X-Men Annual cover there. You got Jim Lee, Captain America, and just so much great artwork in this. All Jim Lee artwork, right? You got that beautiful Divine Right variant cover there. Lots of interviews with Jim. Again, a great feature on the Hush run, great feature on the Superman. Behind Jim Lee's Superman here. So, and then the real kicker here is you got like sketchbook artwork. You got this great like Joker original stuff that looks like it's never been published. Great panel work. I mean, it's chock full of Jim Lee goodness. You got interviews with guys like Alex Sinclair talking about Jim Lee's work, Scott Williams, Will Spartatio, Wildstorm, a lot of Wildstorm stuff. And then, like I said, a checklist of all the Jim Lee books through the early 2000s. So if you're a collector, it's literally a checklist of everything he's ever worked on that you can check off. Featuring Punisher War Journal. I've never seen this Galactus, but that's freaking awesome. He did this Punisher the Magazine cover, number 14. Captain America, Conan, these are all things, as a Jim Lee collector, you're like Wolverine, boom, right? Stuff you've seen before. Just chock full of like goodness, Jim Lee goodness. So, absolutely just look at this. That poster from X-Men 1, right? That's in there. And the swimsuits, bam. Just a beautiful book. You got I got that signed cover there, signed by Jim Lee. got the Homage Studio swimsuit special. I mean, so much good stuff in this. Gen 13, Gen Lee covers. Then the Marvel stuff. We came back to Marvel. Then we get into some of the DC covers, right? Right there. I think that's the first Green Lantern cover. Hush. Yeah. And then the figures, the statues based off his artwork, action figures. Really cool stuff. So I was just really happy when I was able to do the trade. This is my favorite Superman issue. In fact, this image I have it as my um, screen. What is it? My wallpaper on my computer. This image here, Superman with the heat vision eyes. That's one of my favorite Superman issues by Jim, and it just appears as a panel in that Superman run he did. But man, so I mean, it's everything. I think as a Jim Lee collector, it's kind of like it's everything you want to have in a Jim Lee hobby book. Just so much of his artwork, again, as that checklist of items you want to. And this was a book that's 20 years ago, published 20. So this is sort of like the midway point of his career, right? The first, not even 20, first 15 years of artwork. And then you have an entire 20 years of what followed consequently. And he hasn't done much in terms of actually, I take that back. He has done a lot in terms of serial runs and stuff he's worked on for books, but definitely nothing like what he was producing in the early part. This is the early part of his career, right? When he was doing so much for Marvel, then Image, Wildstorm, and then eventually DC. Now he's obviously not doing as much. He's sort of heading the company now, creatively heading the company now, but he's doing his fair share of still comic book covers and doing stuff in the hobby. He's going to be at New York City Comic Con, signing books and doing a panel on teaching how to his I guess master class on drawing and doing comic book art. So the man has definitely been busy, is busy, and will be busy for the foreseeable future. So I don't know. When you look at the careers of comic book artists, and I guess not to say one artist is better than the other, but if you look at just body of work, the focus and attention of that work by the market, and the consistency and the longevity of what they've done over that period, it's hard to put, obviously the modern age and what people did back when the industry was still fledgling, or I shouldn't say fledgling, maybe you could say it was at the peak. Let's say Silver Bronze Age was the peak of the industry as it was forming. Now it's more just kind of like a machine that is just constantly running, right? Um, but you can make the argument that in terms of output, influence, impact on the industry, Jim Lee is arguably one of the top people. Um, you have names like Kirby, Stanley, Neil Adams, um, Kurt Swan, you know, people from the Golden Age, right? That helped build the foundation of what was built on top of that. Jim Lee is also there, not at the foundation, but there reaping the benefits of what the people before him have paved. But he definitely was not stagnant, lazy, or like complacent. Um, he generated a lot of wealth, uh, but in terms of his work ethic, in terms of his commitment to his art form, that's been there from day one to today. So, yeah, I mean, to have that featured in a book like this, just that first part, and then enjoying what he's doing with DC and all the stuff he's done since this Millennium Edition, it's been a joy to collect and appreciate, even if it is from like a fan standpoint, from you know a person who's enjoying it at a very you know uh, sort of peripheral level of just purchasing and reading and that kind of thing. It's been cool. Um, and that's sort of it also poses a bit of a dilemma as well, because the 250, for like, if I were to pick, let's say, um, your average or standard collector, like artist, right? Your run of the mill artist. If I was to just select your run of the mill artist and focus just on picking up every book by that run of the mill artist, 253, I probably would be close to owning or completing the entire, you know, bibliography of that run of the mill artist. But for like a guy like Jim Lee, 253 isn't even half, doesn't even scratch the surface of what's been produced. And so some of these, like, again, commercially recognized popular artists, they're going to be, there's a there's a caveat to collecting them, because you just can't keep up with the output, what's out there. Like, I just picked up this book. I didn't even realize this was a book from the Justice League run 38 that Jim Lee did the cover for. I literally just discovered the fact, as I was digging through the half price bin and found this cover. I thought, that's a cool cover, and boom, Jim Lee had done the cover, and I was like, okay, cool. For a quarter, I'm going to pick this up. And now I have another Jim Lee book checked off the list, but this is a book. I mean, if I had gone through the entire checklist of thing, I probably would have found this book. But it's not like, yeah, I'm going to go out and look for Justice League number 38. I'm at that point where, like, literally, if a Jim Lee book comes into my collection, it's Unmyeong. It's like, oh, okay, this is one I don't have, and it's not like I'm looking at the checklist and trying to get these, actively trying. They're passively coming to me. So that's both good and bad about collecting Jim Lee. It's like there's a lot and there's constantly stuff like this Wonder Woman book, the final piece of that connecting trilogy cover. If you don't know what that book is, go on my Instagram, you'll see what I'm referring to. But there's a Batman Superman mirror cover, Jim Lee just, after 20 years later, completed the third panel that sits between those two mirrors. That's Wonder Woman facing out, and it's a blend of day and night, sort of this, uh, dusk sunset type, soft colored. Uh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and again, that Trinity. It finishes the Trinity with Wonder Woman at the center. Um, Absolutely brilliantly done. I don't know if he planned that from the beginning or if it's just something that came to him and thought, like I'm gonna finish, I'm gonna add a third cover to that. Just brilliant. So if you haven't picked up that the foil of the three covers, please go and do that. But don't do it to the point where I can't get those foil covers. Like, I'm sure a lot of people will pick it up, but I'm hoping they produced enough to where it'll end up maybe in a bargain bin or half price books at some point. I can pick up the foil all three and have them for less than cover price at some point. But I definitely want that Wonder Woman cover, not the foil, just the standard edition cover, the one in color. I want that for the collection for sure. And I'm probably going to go pick that up when I meet up with Naman Young. So, hey, Brandon, what's up? Speak of the devil. So, Brandon is the community member, the local uh, fellow hobbyist that and comic book artist, I might add. He in fact, I have his comic book here. I'll show it off. Let's see where I put that. But Brandon is the person that I got that we did the trade, and man, I gotta look for it. It's in here somewhere, but let's see. I'm not seeing it. Along with the great comic book trade, here it is. Along with the great comic book trade that Brandon and I exchanged, he added this original comic book that he printed and produced. And I showed this off on a previous video, but I'm showing off again because Brandon's in the chat. All right, see ya, Miss So. Have a good evening. Is this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Daredevil crossover that he did. And let me just show you. This is just absolutely brilliant. Show you a couple panels here. We got this. Look at that amazing artwork. I love how he captures the motion. There's a lot of motion. And his lettering, everything's on point. Love this comic book. So, really feel blessed to. And, he's got Elektra and Sexy Psylocke wrestling each other. That's comic book gold right there. So really, really glad to have that in the collection. But yeah, again, I'm saying it now. It's like I love this book. This book is for a Jim Lee collector. That's gold right there. I mean, that's just one of my favorite books in the collection now for the Jim Lee. And I have a lot of Jim Lee books to, but that one, it pretty much, encapsulates why Jim Lee's so relevant to the industry. Um, and it gives it just a detailed, I mean, in-depth interviews of his industry colleagues, people who have close ties and collaborations on his artwork, people who helped build Wildstorm, and people who continue to contribute to DC to this day. So, just a wonderful reference book with a lot of great artwork, and again, with that checklist and price guide of all Jim Lee's books. That's just like unheard of. Um, I'm sure they'll probably do a follow up to this. Maybe Wizard. I don't know. Wizard's not around anymore, but if they ever come back, I'm sure they'll feature Jim Lee in some kind of legacy book. But I think the only other real like Jim Lee collectible that I'm actively, actually there's two, is the Soulson Christmas special, his first working comic books. That's something we want to pick up. Um, and we may pick up a graded copy of that. And the other is the his we want to pick up the artist edition, which is this large, the Marvel artist edition, I should say. He's got a separate one for DC. It's not an artist edition, but it's sort of like a similar to an artist edition. It's just sort of an artist's collection of his DC art work. But yeah, that Marvel artist edition is the other one I really think I want to add to the collection. But at the same time, it it's an anomaly because it's so big. It kind of like the storage and preservation of a book like that presents a challenge, and also it's so dang expensive. I put in a request to get notified if it ever comes into half price books. I never get notified, meaning people aren't reselling it, undervalued reselling it. And if it pops up on eBay every now and then or Mercari, it's at any kind of reasonable price. If it ends up on one of those platforms, it's usually selling for over $100. So I just, you know, as great as that would be to have, um, it's not the be end and end all of my collection. I don't. It'd be great to have, but I'm not gonna, you know, obsess about adding it. Um, I think that's a great example of an Unmian book. If we're destined to meet, if our paths are destined to cross, and I'm destined to own that book, it will find its way to me. I'm not gonna go out and pursue it. Otherwise, I would have had the book already. Um, but that's one I definitely wouldn't mind adding. Just if the time and price is right, then it'll it'll be in the collection. Uh, yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing I could gripe about is are the Mariners. The Mariners failed to make the playoffs, and as you know, I had issue with Scott Service, the manager, and the general management um, heading into the season. I've had this gripe with them for the past, since they've been with the club. It's going on 8 years now. Okay, the Dakota Service, aka Dumb and Dumber, um, era of Mariners baseball. But their incompetence was on display. At the trade deadline, the Mariners were playing like crap. They were sellers. They sold everything. They gave away, uh, traded away Sewald, who was our closer. They didn't pick up anybody to help down the stretch because they thought the season was done. Then the Mariners played great in the month of August. They're back in playoff contention. They're a couple games back of the wild card, or sorry, of the division standings heading into September, and they they just kind of like implode, and they don't they lose like three, essentially the critical series at the end, the last week of the series, right? We lost to Texas, we lost to Houston, and then we won the Texas series that gave Houston the division. So there you go. Houston gets to earn more revenue, playoff revenue, possibly World Series revenue, establish themselves as a dynasty with that additional revenue so they can spend and fortify their roster for years to come. Whereas the Mariners, they're struggling with ticket sales all season. Tickets got to be like $10 because just no one wanted to go to games, right? They're selling it for $10, and they'll probably do more of that next season. Just financially squeak by, don't spend on any talent, and if we make the playoffs based off our youth, I don't see that happening. I really don't see the youth suddenly playing better than they played this year and beating teams like Texas, beating teams like Baltimore, beating teams like even the Yankees or Toronto. I don't see us beating these even non playoff teams. So it'll just be another year of mediocrity. Actually, I didn't say mediocrity. We actually played better than we are. And I think the reason some of the players that we brought in, some of the players that we have on our roster, the reason they hit so poorly is because really it's because of service. He can't manage players. And that's not going to improve unless service starts to change up the way he manages his lineup and how he analyzes like player skill sets instead of hanging them out to dry or just switching them uh, when they hit a cold streak. Just maintain some consistency in that lineup. That's going to get people's batting averages up. It's going to get them playing better. When you're just platooning them and platooning them with matchups that don't even make sense half the time. You hit a guy seventh in the order, then move him up to three, and then move him back down to seven. I mean, what are you doing? It's just you're showing the whole entire universe that you don't know how to manage when you do stuff like that. But it seems like he's just grasping at straws to get his players to play better. Just put out a consistent lineup day in day out. You're gonna get that productivity. But the way he's managing these players is the reason we as a team hit below the Mendoza line this year. That's a hard thing to do when a whole team hits below the Mendoza line. It has nothing to do. These are talented, youthful players, and it has everything to do with your management. Okay, so this is just a frustrated M's fan venting right now, but I really, really want the Dumb and Dumber era to end and for Seattle to get on some kind of like play better baseball. Essentially, our pitching's been pretty good. Just we got to think two things together: pitching and offense. And again, with this current management, I don't foresee that happening, unfortunately. And anyway, that's my rant about the Mariners and continue to disappoint and frustrate the fan base with just shitty play. There's no other way to play it. We just played shitty this season. Hitting below the Mendoza line as a team. That's and still be on the cusp of the playoffs. How does that happen? It's ridiculous. Oh man. But we definitely took a step back this season from last because we made the playoffs last year. We didn't make the playoffs this year. So the question is, do we further regress or do we find a way to turn it around? And hopefully they turn it around, but my money is on more of the same next year. So not putting too much. I'm not going to a game until Dumb and Dumber are gone. So financially, that's my way of protesting. Um, I love the team. I love I love the Seattle Mariners. Okay, but the current management, current roster, current way they built this imposter team is not something I want to support or invest into until they change the management. Once they change the management, I'll be back at the ball games. But under this current administration, absolutely no interest in supporting their incompetency and giving them more additional years to do what they've done, which isn't they haven't done much. Um, I don't count making the playoffs and losing in the first round of the playoffs any kind of accomplishment. Um, when you've had the amount of prospects and removing all the talent that we had on this team and payroll space to do what? Uh, to make the team worse. You give away all these and sign people who don't deserve their contracts. I mean, Marco Gonzalez, Robbie Ray, Luis Castillo. He's a great pitcher, but is he like ace status salary pitcher? No, he proved that in the last. He didn't win a game that last week. Um, Julio Rodriguez, great player, probably one of the best in the league, but we just basically gave him like we basically gave him one of the top salaries in baseball. The guy hit 280 this year. Yeah, 30 home runs, 35 home runs, 30 stolen bases. Uh, but I mean, 280 average. Uh, if you're paying a guy top money like that, you should definitely be producing more, in my opinion. And he just looked lost there at the end of the season. He didn't produce in key games and key moments. Too high of a strikeout rate as well. Um, you know, I think it would have been better to look at his production this year and give him more of a fair value contract. But they jumped the gun on him because he won that All Star Home Run Derby. Again, no one's no one's discounting his talent level. That he doesn't deserve that money at some point in his career. But to give a rookie, essentially a rookie, uh, a contract that puts him on par with the best in the league, was a little premature, I think. So I think we're overpaying for him. And we're overpaying for a lot of just mediocrity on this team. 30 home runs, 30 steals. That's not, maybe in past years that would have been something to really ooh and ah at, but in today's league, it makes you a star for sure. Puts you on the statistical radar for sure, but it's not top level money. That's what I want to hear, Brandon. That's what I want to hear. Yeah. Message me. Is it just one book or you got a couple books? I want that Wildcat signature book. Or no, not the Wildcats. I want the X-Men signature book. I think that's the one with. No, you have like a signature. Is it the X-Men book? Maybe it is the Wildcats book, the one with the Brandon Choi, and yeah, that's the one I want. So that I don't know if you're. I know you want to keep that one, but let me know if that one's available as well. Got this beautiful Black Cat J. Scott Campbell book if you want it. I also have that box full of books. So if you go and watch one of my previous videos, you can see what's in that box. And you took a look at the box before, so you kind of know what's in there. There's a couple new ones in there, but let me know what you want. Yeah. What else? I just really love looking at my collection. Really love it. Right. Beautiful book. I got a one of one. This is my son's drawing. It's like kind of drew a rainbow. He drew different colors around the face as well as the parts. So he's got like a red mouth, blue and green eyes, and a blue nose, orange arms. Looks like blue and orange legs, and so it's just like a very colorful figure. I have that preserved, keeping that preserved there. Yeah. Again, none of these books are for sale. These books I will enjoy. I'll show off these books, I guess. Got my signed, George Perez signed Infinite Crisis #3, Jim Lee cover. Got Neil Adams signature Action Comics 359. EverQuest, okay. I'm assuming that's from his Wildstorm days. Is it a DC book? Okay. Got that Neil Adams signature Superman book there. Love that I added that. And I'm gonna get this signed by Jim Lee. This is like the hot priority list. It's gonna be Neil and Jim. Jim's gonna sign it. Jim Lee, president of DC Comics. And so therefore, any DC book is Jim Lee game. Just remember that, okay? All DC books have relevance now at a Jim Lee signing. So if you want to get a book signed by him and it's a DC book, by all means, he runs DC essentially. So it's kind of like having a Stan Lee signature on a Marvel book, right? Just anything goes with a Stan Lee signature. We got Demon Days, the Peach Momoko exclusive, Midtown Comics exclusive. It's the beautiful spider cover there. We got my favorite Michael Turner cover, signed by Mr. Turner. Rest in peace. Beautiful Superman cover there. This is a really high-grade Neil Adams key Justice League Adam Strange cover there. Classic Neil Adams cover there. This is a book Roger cleaned and pressed for me. Looks beautiful. Mary Jane, first cover, first kiss, Gwen and Peter. And Wolverine #1, high grade, newsstand copy. This is a book that when it came out, it was just the most sought after book. I remember the first, I think, 3 or 4 issues of this run, reading them all, having them in my collection, and just being like, man, this is the best Wolverine series. Like, just being so stoked about this series, the ongoing series, right? And boy, did it not disappoint. Did not disappoint at all. And it's just great to have it back in the collection. And yeah, so just really, like I was saying, like this past summer, I picked up so much stuff that I wanted, and now that I have it, it's like I don't want to say it's burnout, but I definitely like I'm taking a pause because I had a good run on picking up what I wanted, and I just want to now enjoy it. I just want to enjoy what I have. This is what I mean by Unmyeong books. These are all books that, whether I went out and bought it or whether they came to me, they were on my unique path of collecting. Every collector has your collection are your Unmyeong books. But there are definitely books that are more like Unmyeong, meaning fated or destined to be in your collection, than others. Like, some books are just like, you go out, you get on eBay, they're there, and you just pick it up. Or you go to your LCS, they'll have copies of this or copies of that. Or you go to Comic-Con, the vendors will have several copies of that, and those don't feel as random or as fortuitous in terms of the Unmyeong than other books. Case in point, I got this off eBay, and I pursued this book because it's what I wanted. But even though it's an Unmyeong book, technically it didn't feel like an Unmyeong book. On the other hand, this book, Jeff had this sitting in his short box or his Wonder Woman section, the DC logo. This is a book you don't run into every day. This was literally like digging and finding, and it's mine now, Unmyeong book, right? Because I imagine other collectors would have gone there and dug through Wonder Woman. Maybe not too many people were digging Ball and Wonder Woman. Maybe I was one of those exceptions. But if this were sitting on a shelf somewhere, I'm sure a lot of people would have bought it for $5. This was essentially what I got it for, $5. So this felt like a big win. Yeah, Little Green Book. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely a William Young book. I kind of I had a vision in mind for this book. So as you know, Marv Wolfman, um, so when I was growing up, the Perez Wolfman run on Crisis on Infinite Earths was like epic. Um, like people often make the comparison between like Secret Wars and Crisis, and for me, Secret Wars first of all came out first. Secret Wars came out first, and it was epic. I mean, as a young comic book collector, just seeing all the Marvel villains and all the superheroes, teaming up and fighting one another, and then going through this labyrinth of trials and tribulations on um, this universe that they were brought to, was really sort of like just one of those things is just cool, like to see this crossover event happening in a series, and there's so much that's going on issue to issue, right? Um, so we definitely have this like soft spot for that particular run. Even though I didn't read the entire run, I was only reading like sporadic issues from that run. Later, I went back and read it, but um, as a kid, that kind of that's definitely stayed with you. And I was very young when that came out. It must have been like 8 or 9, maybe 9 at the time. And then comes Crisis. And to be honest, not that you like think, oh, this is DC's version of Synchro. I never thought that one iota, but it was very different in tone, and it definitely like as a kid, it's a little like on a story level, it's a better written first of all, but it's harder to connect with because I think it was um, dealing with like multiverse, dealing with like I think more mature, like just philosophical themes about time displacement and like you know like choices, like what how choices can affect different outcomes. So I think I was a little too young to really appreciate um, how well written and well executed that series was, especially with like people, the deaths and stuff that were associated with the series. Dealing with that death is takes a good amount of maturity, and I think I didn't quite understand, what the killing off of these like really core um, gold and silver age characters was represented in this sort of revamp of the DC at that time DC universe. Um, but definitely in hindsight, like going back and looking at the series now, you realize, wow, Wolfman is a gajillion times the more talented writer than Shooter ever was or will be. Um, and the artwork, not to say Zach Lopez, but they're both two of my favorite artists, but I would definitely tilt toward Lopez as being the more um, the better comic book artist. That's my opinion. Not necessarily have to agree with that or not. I think Mike Zeck is, in his own right, is one of the top artists as well. They're both, again, two of my favorite artists of all time. I just put Perez higher on that scale of how I evaluate that. But anyway, I'm kind of going off on a tangent. My point is Perez Wolfman. They are a duo that, you know, has put out so many of the books I enjoyed as a kid, and I know I wanted a book that where I had the signatures of both. It's part of my collection. And so when we're getting ready for that Wolfman signature at SummerCon this summer, I was like, what books do I take? What should I get signed? And then it just came to me. I'm like, dude, okay, let's go online and just see if we can find a Perez signature Crisis 7. We found it. And it was not all that unreasonable to obtain either. I think I paid $50, $50 for this signed book. Okay. So we got it. Got it. We got the Perez signature right here. We got the book off eBay. And this is what I took this summer to get Wolfman's signature. And I had Wolfman because, it's a black pen. Perez signed black across the Crisis. I just thought it was only appropriate to have Wolfman signing the 50 DC logo there. And then boom, you got the Wolfman Perez combo. And this duo, I mean, if you were to just put top writer artist duos and really look at the breadth and um, meaningfulness of what they created, I mean, they got to be at the top of that duo list. And so, I think like Kirby Lee, Kirby Lee, if you have a Kirby Lee book, that's platinum right there. Um, Jim Lee, Chris Claremont, I don't have that, but I will at some point, I hope. I have my Chris Claremont signature there. I'm going to Jim Lee sign that. That'll be my Claremont Lee. And those two guys are still alive, so you have plenty of time to get the Claremont Lee. That's another duo, creative duo that's just deserves to be um, recognized. I think Zek Hama can make that argument on that GI Joe run. Definitely make that argument there. Mm, but yeah, there's lots of examples. But for me, yeah, Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams, that would be another one I think you could put on that list. But yeah, definitely, this was this is a Un Myung book. This is a Un Myung book by design. I thought long and hard about if I were to get a Wolfman signature, or like if I were to have a Perez Wolfman signature, what book I would want it on. And this was a no-brainer. Having it on this book just checks all the boxes for me as a collector. So, artists, writer, the character, Superman, Supergirl, huge, epic crossover event. My era of collecting, my era of reading. Um, I guess the only sort of like, if it were a newsstand edition, that would have like been a this would have been a perfect 10. I mean, it's still perfect to me, but um, the direct is the next best thing. So not that not that big of a deterrent there. I want to talk about my Wolverine book here. This ended up being sort of a surprise book. First off, I forget who the YouTube creator was. Um, I watched one of his videos. I don't see too much of his content out now. I wish I could remember his name, but I don't disagree. I just don't agree with the guy. A lot of what he says is just like he's trying to be this influencer, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I kind of like watched his videos and just thought, man, who is this clown? And um, yeah, I just didn't put a lot of weight into what he was saying. And one of the things that made me think that was this was right around the time, um, yeah, about a year ago, to be exact. Um, Hugh Jackman was, and there was rumors swirling that Hugh Jackman might come back for the Deadpool movie, but then Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, like, they end up basically confirming it on a YouTube video, like a trailer. And that like spiked up this book. Like, so suddenly this was like the book you needed to have. And I don't normally get caught up in like FOMO or like, but this was on my radar regardless of that spec. Okay. So I was looking to getting this book, but at my own pace and leisure, because it was not an expensive book at the time. It was like, you could probably find this in the dollar bin, or maybe you can find it for around five or under $5, right, for this book. But when that news hit, I was like, shoot, now I got to go out and get this book um, before it gets crazy. And I think I ended up getting this copy for, what did I get this for? I got it in a trade actually. And he had it valued at like pretty much that FOMO price everybody had it at, which was like $50 or something like that. But again, it was part of a trade, so the books I had that was like equivalent, I actually ended up buying for like a couple bucks anyway. So in terms of actual dollar amount that I spent on the trade book to get this book, it was a few bucks. So I feel fortunate that. But anyway, I picked it up, I got it, and a bunch of, like, again, these pseudo influencer slash collectors were saying this is a book they would avoid and not pick up because it's one of those books when the movie comes out, it's going to tank. No one's going to want to own this book, yada, yada, yada. And I just was like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Deadpool is about to be one of the biggest box office hits. I can confirm this with all the Taylor Swift hype, the Travis Kelce hype, the Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman hype, the the multiverse hype, the mutants are coming hype. Deadpool 3 is right now, and mind you, Ryan Reynolds is like one of the most kind of culturally relevant celebrities out there right now, with the fact that he owns this mobile phone company. He owns a now, British Premier League soccer team, right? That was graduated to the Premier League. I'm sure they suck, but anyway, that journey to being a relevant, you know, um, going from irrelevance to relevance in the British soccer scene, um, is a huge success story in and of itself. So Ryan Reynolds is just has all these things going for him, and I so disagree with the that comment that don't get this book, wait till it goes back down. Kind of like, I don't know, maybe that's my own personal bias on the significance of this book, but I really see it as this was a book that had significance because it's the first meeting, but then it's being immortalized by probably one of again probably going to be the all-time leading box office comic book movie where they're going to recreate the same. And if you see all the indications of Ryan and Hugh Jackman's body language, the two swords, it's happening, right? You're going to see this on the big screen. The lifting of Wolverine with the sword stuck in him. Okay, that first meeting, first fight, first battle of the two most relevant characters in Marvel, to be honest. And these are characters that even haven't been introduced into the Marvel Cinematic Universe yet. And their debut into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that's going to come with Deadpool 3 and this scene. I feel like I got in at a good time because this $50 book now is 200 because it's the newsstand edition. It's 200. I think it will hold that value even after the movie. So, and I don't necessarily agree. I agree with that comment. Like, yeah, books spike because of movie hype, and then they drop. A lot of books share that fate, but this is not one of those books. And if you've ever read this series, or if you know the arc of these two characters, and again, given that movie hype, there should have been a higher valued book to begin with. But I think with the movie hype and the attention it's brought, and again having that the money shot of seeing it on screen, this is going to be one of those perpetually relevant, high valued, sought after books. So I see it retaining its value. It might not spike way up above after the movie. You might actually see a little bit of a price drop, but you're definitely going to see that value being retained. And so don't, if you want to get this book, feel free to wait. It might drop a little after the movie, but um, if there are a lot of people with the same idea, then it's not going to drop. And if anything, the people selling this book, they're going to use all the peripherals I just said. Taylor Swift, the highest grossing movie all the time, the ooh ah factor when that scene actually happens. I mean, you're not going to see this book. It's going to continue to be sought after and relevant for many, many years following the movie event. So, um, sort of, like, um, again, I don't want you to overpay for this book. Definitely, if you can find it for a bargain, that's the best ideal thing. I still see LCSs selling this for around 30, the direct edition for 30. I figure that's fair value. If you think it's going to drop below 30 after the movie, you're smoking crack. Um, Maybe for like a low grade copy or something, but I think at this point it's too late to. You're in that nether zone where you're either going to pay a little over for it, or if you get a little bit under, you're still paying more than you could have if you had gotten it earlier. And if you wait, there's a chance it may drop, but it's not going to drop by much. So, and there's no guarantee it will drop. To be honest, it could continue to skyrocket up. But having said all that, anyway, I got my copy, and it's a VF copy. But I went and took this because I wanted to get signed by Larry Hama. Larry Hama wrote this book. And the interesting story is like, why does it have the Arashikage symbol there at the center? I think it works. I think it's dope that he did that, and definitely makes this a 101, along with the newsstand and that sketch there by Larry, makes it invaluable to me now. It's definitely better than just with a signature, right? Having that sketch there definitely is better than it not being there. But what really makes this an Unmyeong book for me is, first of all, I took this book, and the reason he signed the Arashikage is completely um, just a fluke. So I had I had a bunch of GI Joe books that I was getting signed, including the silent issue. As you know, I had him sign the Arashikage on all the GI Joe books, including that we basically cracked and reslabbed that signature book. But he got in this habit where he was signing, and then he got in the habit of doing the Arashikage tattoo, not just for me, but for everybody in line. Everybody was requesting that once they saw me doing it. And he wasn't paying attention. He was just kind of like getting the book, signing, and then doing that. He got in this like rhythm of doing it. And again, I think it was unintentional, but it was unintentional because before I could stop him and say, no, I don't want the Arashikage on that, he was already going and doing it. So I just sat there and watched him do it. But it's a very good mistake. And I think you can say that, I think the argument these two have Arashikage clan ties. Um, they're both trained in the ways of ninjutsu and the samurai. So you can definitely make that argument. But yeah, for me, like, I've made the book right there. And it just works. The color there with the red. Uh, it looks like he's bleeding out. The Arashikage symbol on top of his head. I just love how that series of events came to be. So very pleased with the outcome of this signature book. It is a 101. This will never leave the collection. So even if it goes down, in my view, this is absolute gold for me. Got that classic Adam Kubert, uh, Adam Kubert cover there, and just love the colors on that Larry Hama Kubert goodness there. And yeah, I could just pull out a bunch of books and just so satisfied with everything I picked up recently. Here is a very interesting book. So to show you like the contrast in size, for those of you, you probably recognize this book. This is the cover, Greg Capullo cover for Detective Comics, Volume 2, 27, number 27. And what this book is it's first of all, it's a mini size book, but it's like a book of postcard posters, sort of postcard sized covers. And it's all covers from the New 52 run. So you've got Jim Lee covers, you've got Jason Fabok covers, you got the whole gamut of DC artists on this New 52 run. And it's just again a Loot Crate edition. All the posters are intact on this copy. I got this for I essentially got this for 25 cents at Half Price Books. I got the sticker off cleanly, and I love this book. It's just, I mean, if you flip through the book, you'll see all the classic New 52 DC covers in this, and so it's just a great art book to have. My collection, I was really focused on picking up. So even when I was digging, I was looking for books from my era, but I was foregoing a lot of the direct edition books. Even if I ran into them and I found it was direct edition, I didn't pick them up because I wanted to just add newsstands. I was really focused on, I didn't mind paying a little bit more for the newsstands, but I wanted the newsstands. And, Dave, the guy I had the conversation with, or I had the trade with Dave. Dave's new to collecting. He he definitely is into more indie artists, sort of like low print run. I mean, he's that kind of collector, the ones that he's looking for the rare books. He's not so focused on condition, which kind of gives away his how he kind of doesn't know how to really value books yet. But again, he only shops he doesn't go to the LCS. He only shops at Half Price Books because he's looking for sort of high, like what he considers high end, low print run, sort of high value books, and the artists that he likes. And he likes a bunch of obscure, sort of random artists. Hey, what's up, Alex? Thanks for hanging out, man. Awesome. I'm assuming you're at SummerCon. You're referring to SummerCon? That's cool. But yeah, Dave and I were having this conversation, and I was trying to kind of educate him on what newsstand editions are. Okay, what they represent as a collector. Because, first of all, newsstands from any era should be valued higher because it's what the newsstand represents. So a newsstand edition oftentimes is sold on like a magazine rack. Okay, it's not in a bag and board. It's sitting flimsy floppy either on a spinner rack at the 7-Eleven, or back in the day, a magazine like a newsstand rack, like you go to New York or Times Square and you see people selling newspapers and then magazines. These comic books were sold on those same sort of like stands, essentially. And so anybody could come along, flip through the book, bend it, crease it, fold it, and put it back. And condition back in those days didn't matter. If you're a kid and you had 12 cents and you bought a newsstand edition, oftentimes it was coming in beat up condition to begin with. Okay. Now, if you got to the newsstand early enough and bought it right off the newsstand, there's still a chance that it wasn't in the best grade, but at least it's not being handled as much, so it probably preserve the original grade to a better degree. Okay, so that is the newsstand. Doesn't matter if it's an X-Men comic, doesn't matter if it's, Golden Age book. That's how comics were distributed and sold. They were all newsstand copies. Now, come to the late 70s, you start seeing a hobby form around comic books. And comic book shops now, you had collectors who understood the importance of grade, condition, and were bagging and boarding. And so when comic book shops started proliferating, they had a separate distribution for comic book shops. That was the direct edition. So a newsstand would go to a retailer or a vendor that put them out, did not invest in bags and boards and put them, that wasn't the format that they were sold. They were sold pretty much raw, and they're put in these spinner racks and people handled them. Okay. But at the LCS, at a comic book shop, you had collectors, they'd get them, they'd go right from the box into a bag and board. And so some of them sold them like newsstand style or spinner rack style. But for the most part, direct editions were handled better. Their condition was far superior. And then, so direct distribution and newsstand distribution, newsstand definitely in the early part of that era, when you had the two direct and newsstand editions. Newsstand editions had the bulk of the distribution, so there were more copies. Direct had lower copies. So in terms of supply and demand, early newsstands have far more copies available than direct. So what are you looking for from early newsstand? So we're talking about like late 70s to maybe the mid 80s, when that ratio, newsstand to direct, was still like this, probably 80 to 20, right? An 8 to 2, 9 to 1 kind of ratio. What's going to be more challenging in the newsstands is to find it in high grade. Directs, not so. You're going to find high grade directs from that era rather easily, because most back issue bins that have been sitting there for 30, 50 years, that book's been sitting in a bag and board for 30, 50 years, because that's just the way it was sold and distributed as a hobby. Now, around the mid 80s, that distribution rate becomes about even. Okay, and what you see now is, as from the mid 80s, the newsstand editions, still that condition is the same as from the late 70s. That's not changing. The handling, and again, if you're a savvy collector like Roger, right? Roger knew to go out to the newsstand and get that copy immediately before people had a chance to handle it. If you had collectors like that who were savvy and understood, hey, I better get this copy before it gets manhandled, and you put it in a bag and board and you preserve the newsstand in high grade. that's great, but that wasn't happening at a high degree. By the time the early 90s to mid 90s came around, uh, distribution, the direct edition was the standard. It was it had flipped 9-1. Now direct editions were the bulk of the supply. Newsstands were dying out. And so anything I would say 94 to, the 2000s, newsstands are in very low print run. They're still significant because, I mean, to this day, you go to Barnes and Nobles and you buy comics there. Those are newsstand edition comics at a lot of these bookstores, and that you just don't have comic books being sold at 7-Elevens and all that these days. You don't have newsstands. Everything's print. Everything's online. And people don't read newspapers. People don't physically get magazine subscriptions anymore. They just get the digital version. So we're living in a different era. So what I was telling Dave, why you should collect newsstand, regardless of the the distribution rate, the supply. Newsstands represent an era of collecting that has died. Okay, and maybe it's for the maybe the newer collectors could care less. I think newer collectors just don't understand that difference. But for people who lived and collected comic books they only had the newsstand copies to buy from at 7-Eleven or whatever, and you read it and you didn't care. I cared about the condition because I was already indoctrinated into the hobby to care about condition. But I definitely bought books off the newsstand along with books off at the LCS. But the newsstand era is a bygone era. It's dead. And that's, for me, is why collecting newsstands is significant, because you're collecting a different channel of books. And that ties into my Unmyung theory. When you go out and you get a book off the newsstand versus having it catered in a nice bag and board, the condition be pristine, for me, when I collect this barcode, I'm collecting that culture of collecting, that bygone era of collecting, and it's all part of that nostalgia factor. So we buy these books to reminisce about what we were collecting back then. Obviously, you're a newer collector, you're just enjoying the books and the stories and all that. But for an older collector like me, I'm turning 50 next year. I was collecting back in the early 80s through the 90s, through the comic boom and bust. Okay, that was my era of collecting, really the most innovative and probably the best era of collecting, in my opinion. Books were books were produced and printed at a high print count, but nothing compared to what it is now. Okay, but it paved the way for that mass publication to really take hold and become part of the industry as we know it. So understand, the best newsstands, high grade newsstands you're going to want to get are in that mid 90s. We have the 9-1 newsstands are for every 9 directs you had a 1 newsstand ratio, right? So they're pretty much 9-1, but they're only valued at double, even though there's a 9-1 ratio. And if you have the same like high grade, you're really like, for me, I think it should be almost 10 times the value for a newsstand 90s that's high grade. But again, the hobby dictates it's probably double, or just, I know some of the 9.8s are considered, you know, significantly higher, maybe 3-4 times higher, sometimes in some instances 5 times. But it's definitely not 9 times, but that's the ratio. And again, getting that high grade makes that ratio a lot lower, because even if you were careful So you're still going to get that handling through that newsstand format. So again, I was telling Dave, hey, look, when you run across a newsstand, especially from the 90s, um, it's put value into that, even if it's maybe not a key or anything. If it's a newsstand mid 90s copy, pick it up, especially if it's, $1 or half a cover of a new. Back then is probably it's going to be under the dollar range, right? Something you should pick up. Same thing with like I guess the DC logo stuff as well. The DC logos, they have such a low print count. That's what makes them highly sought after as well. So anyway, for if you don't really buy into newsstand collecting and all that, that's fine. But just know newsstand doesn't have anything to do necessarily with. I mean, print run has something to do with it, but it really is again the the fact that if you have a decently a comic book in higher than mid grade, so high grade newsstand edition, that's it's something to behold because of all the handling factors that went into that specific level of distribution. Now there are a lot of newsstand copies out there that were handled, but handled maybe you've got spine ticks, you've got handling, you've got maybe some mild non-color breaking creasing or thumb indentations or whatever. Got a lot of those newsstand books that if you press and clean would just you get rid of those, or you'd at least mollify a lot of those apparent errors and improve the grade. And that's something I'm looking forward to because I have a lot of those books in my collection. I have a lot of newsstands in my collection that, if pressed, if cleaned, would come back looking fabulous. Would bump it up to that higher grade. And yeah, it's just that additional appreciation of what the hobby is. If you can understand that difference and why you would value that, why that's higher valued than a direct edition, even if the distribution rate is disproportionate. Like for me, a late 70s newsstand, even though it's higher print count, if it's in a certain grade, it will always be worth more than like a pristine direct edition. Because at that point, you're not buying that ratio. What you're buying is that bygone era of the 7-Eleven Slurpee. I just have $1. I just bought a 40-50 cent comic and a 25-cent Slurpee. That's gone. You can't, those 40-cent comic books, 25-cent Slurpee, that era's gone. It's never to return. It's just history. It's and it's history that could be lost, but it's not lost on me because I lived through it. But it could be lost on a new collector. And that's why this is why you have people in the hobby, people like Comic Tom, people who understand the hobby, people who understand those minute differences, right, between value, what should be valued versus what probably shouldn't be, even though they look on the surface they look the same. One has more copies. You'd think, oh, well, it has more copies, so it must be worth less. No, if you look past those surface numbers, and you really look at what a newsstand copy represents in terms of its the life cycle of that book and how it ends up in your collection, how that's windmill, right? All those things factor into would you rather have the direct or would you rather have the newsstand? The newsstand is sort of like the true form and the true kind of like identity of a comic book, right? It's how they were distributed and sold back in the 30s, and it's how they're being distributed and sold even through the mid 90s. That 60-year history of how these books are produced, how they make it to into your hands, that hadn't changed for 60 years, and then boom, it was gone, and it's gone now. I mean, they still have newsstand editions, but it's such a blurred line between, direct is pretty much can go to the newsstand. It can go. I think there's still some books that where you have that distinction. Some publishers are have that. This is a newsstand edition. This is a direct edition. We still have that circulating, but I think it's pretty much it's all the same now. There's no distinction being made. At some point, I know there there's still newsstands for bookstores and certain channels, but it's so rare. I mean, it's there's. I don't think you can make that distinction. I don't think there's a distinction to be made now. Everything is just like, well, maybe there still is. I think there's still newsstand editions floating out there in current distribution. So definitely, um, it's not completely dead, but that era is definitely it's bygone. So yeah, but anyway, I picked up a lot of newsstands. That's where I'm focused. You can almost put me as a newsstand collector uh, to a certain degree. In fact, when I go out there and hunt, and I see a direct edition, and I think because I have this. It's throughout my collection. I have the direct, and then I'll pick up the newsstand. So I have the direct and the newsstand, and it's a little bit redundant. So what I stopped doing was I stopped picking up the newsstand unless it's really a copy I really want. If it's a copy I really want, I'll pick up the direct. But I've gotten into this sort of, uh, I guess you could say, I've gotten into this new mindset where I'm only focused on newsstand copies, especially in my collecting era, in the 80s and 90s. I'll try, I mean, sometimes you can't help but pick up the direct because the newsstands are very rare, especially I'm talking about the 90s era, right? The Image Comics, the era of the mid 90s, you just never run into newsstand copies. They're especially in high grade. You might run into them in low grade. Even then, I'll pick them up. But in high grade, they're very hard to come by. But when you do come by them, you want to pick them up, especially if it's a book you want to pick up. But yeah, for the most part, I'll try to pick up newsstands. But if I can, I'll pick up the direct. But again, those early newsstands, there's a lot of them. So anything from I think in the 80s, a newsstand edition, I'll forego again the direct, and I'll try to pick up the direct if I can, newsstand if I can. All right, well, looks like people are kind of tuning out. I'm just going to continue on. Um, what's the book I wanted to kind of show off? I guess. Oh yeah, this is a book I want to show off. Um, this is a book uh, that now with the X Men. So with all the X Men speculation and hype, I feel like our hobby collectors are really focused on X-Men books to pick up. And obviously, giant size X-Men. If you have the dough, pick that up. I actually had an opportunity to pick up giant size this summer. The guy wanted $1,000 for essentially a book that had like a rather sizable rip on the front cover. Otherwise, I'd put it at like a, even if it didn't have that rip, it'd be kind of like a fine copy. But again, with the rip, it's probably low grade. But he wanted, I think, $1,000 for it, and I was kind of like, I had $1,000 to spend on it, so it's kind of like, but then ultimately, I knew I was overpaying for it, so I said no. With that rip and it being kind of in the low, it put it in the low grade category. It's just like it's just a little bit. I mean, for $1,000, you can get a good, decent mid grade copy of that book. So I thought paying $1,000 for a low grade, technically though, aside from that rip, it looked, it was decently mid grade. So I don't think I was overpaying by that much. But just knowing that tear was there just didn't sit well with me. So especially if you're gonna pay $1,000 for a book, right? So I didn't pull the trigger on that. But I mean, that book's it's skyrocketing right now. And there are a lot of X-Men books that are going to skyrocket, especially the older, Silver Age books and the Byrne Claremont run, and even a lot of the, I think, Jim Lee, uh, that era of books where you had the first Bishop or the first Gambit, who else? First Jubilee. Um, that era of books is definitely going to grab the first Dazzler, case in point, right? That book's shooting to the moon right now. But I I was on Rage Theo's auction, and he had this book for 35 plus shipping, which would have put it in the over $40 range for this book. And I thought, that's pretty good value. But I know Rage Theo takes offers and stuff, and no one was really looking at this book or putting in offers or anything. So I thought, if no one's going to do it, I'll put in an offer. And I said, hey, I'll take it $30 shipped. Now, Rage Theo had this book graded at I think a fine minus, and which was at a fine minus. This is undervalued, so I thought I was getting a great value. $30 shipped, so $30 flat for this classic X-Men cover. This is where the new suits are introduced. So, the X-Men kind of looked very dorky when they were introduced. This is kind of the more modern take on these characters. You got Jean Grey, Cyclops, and probably the two most recognizable in terms of that transition into um, the sort of the modern take on what we consider these characters. So I thought, oh great, I'm getting really sort of a key X-Men book, a key turning point in the design, and this has an origin of, I think contains the origin of Cyclops as well. It's just there's a lot going on in this book. I thought, great, I have this sort of fine mid-grade copy of X-Men coming from Rage Theo. But I get the book, and this is not a fine minus. It's definitely low grade. And I was a little disappointed. The thing is, like, I did the $30 is essentially what you're paying for is a low grade book, right? So it's like I paid kind of what the condition is. So I didn't get, but the fact that it he said it was a fine minus when so I know he knows how to grade books. So you take that at face value, but when you get it, it's not a fine minus. So I do feel kind of cheated and taken, but at the same time, I kind of paid what it was worth anyway. So I'm not going to make a big hubbub about it. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's chipping and it's intact, but there's so much creasing and there's a lot wrong. I mean, I guess you can make an argument it's a fine minus, but with the chipping and the wobble, I mean, this is definitely a solid VG. It's not a VG minus; it's just a solid VG. Um, so there's a little discrepancy in the grading there. It presents well, presents like a could be a fine minus, but anyway, it is what it is. I'm not gonna harp about it. I still love this book. I feel like I didn't overpay. I paid right around what it's worth for the book. And again, it presents a lot better than its actual condition. When you get in real close and focus on the minute flaws, like the creases and the spine ticks and the chip, there's a tiny chip here on the back here. You can probably, wait, no. Right here, you can see the chip right there, a little chipping there. But overall, happy to have this book. This is a book that is crazy spiking right now. So, um, yeah, very fortunate to have picked that up. I picked up a lot of X-Men books this summer before the confirmation of the movie. So I feel fortunate in that sense to not be paying the spec prices. Um, but yeah, I picked up a lot of X-Men books. A lot of key books. So I'm kind of enjoying the fruits of that labor, right? It's kind of like when you, not that I was specking, I was out to buy X-Men books, no matter if they're spec or not. I mean, if I go to a book shop now, I'm still picking up X-Men books because that's what I do. That's like I collect X-Men. Definitely, it felt like one of those like buy low periods, buy the dip periods, and now we're seeing books spike, and I'm definitely gonna kind of not try to buy a lot of X-Men books unless I'm getting them at a extremely good value. But I feel like the timing of what I was picking up this summer and then seeing what the market's doing now was good, was fortuitous. So, um, really pleased with that. Uh, I feel the same way with Superman. I think I got a lot of Superman books into the collection this summer, and that's another thing where Superman's what I collect. It's not like I'm specking or doing any of that, but um, I still think even with all the movie news and the James Gunn news, Superman books are rather being ignored. Kind of think the hype around these some of these other titles and things are have a lot of people driving the market, not focused on Superman, which is fine by me. Um, the fact that I was able to get this Golden Age Superboy book for what I did um, really speaks to sort of where the market is on Superman books. They're not People don't want to buy Superman books for some reason. Um, and again, going back to that uh, social media post, people put up Detective Comics with 27 versus Action Comics 1, which would you rather have, first appearance of Superman or first appearance of Batman? Every comment on that thread was like, Batman, 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 Batman. Even though the Superman book is valued higher, even though Superman is the bigger legacy character. I mean, if you, the house that DC built, or the character that built the house of DC was not Batman, it was Superman. Now, don't get me wrong, that Batman is a legacy character, but I mean, if you talking, I don't know, maybe that dynamic has shifted. Maybe it is Batman that's carrying DC, but my money's still on Superman. Will always be on Superman, um, especially given the history and significance of what that character meant. Now, yeah, I think in more recent times you've seen Superman diminish as a character because of certain writers, Frank Miller being one of them, but certain writers kind of uh, trying to sell that Batman is a more compelling character, which I disagree with, and kind of making Superman out to be this like low fish, kind of like all American Boy Scout, like, and especially everybody read The Dark Knight Returns, so you know how he's portrayed there. He's this puppet of the U.S. government, um, fighting American wars, single handedly taking down, you know, um, dictatorships and communist regimes, and elevating America's presence, global presence, just being pretty much a douchebag, right? Frank Miller wrote him as a douchebag. That effect is carried over into what people perceive the character to be, which is really unfortunate because before that, those events, the Christopher Reeve Superman, wow, Superman was portrayed in comic books. He was the hero. He was sort of the role model for all these like substandard, uh, in terms of powers and what they can what they can do. Um, Superman was the gold standard for so long, and then you have Batman with like some commercial movie success, and just think living in darker times, people being more anxious. Like Batman's just maybe more relatable. But I really am banking on that dynamic changing with James Gunn and uh, Superman Legacy, and we'll just see what audiences how I think audiences are prepared to embrace Superman like he's been embraced in years past. They just need reminders. They need a new narrative around him that they can really, you know, um, support and build love and admiration for the character again. I think that's what Gunn and the DC boys are, generally included, are focused on. So yeah, I bought into a lot of Superman this summer, and those are the two areas that I really, aside from like the Romita books, the Neil Adams books, the Jim Lee books, and all that I invested in. I think Superman, the older Superman books, are the more relevant modern books, and kind of where I put my money. And that's where my collecting focus is anyway. So just kind of bought what I wanted and like to buy anyway. Um, well, is it really 12:15? I've been chatting up a storm here. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to bed now because I got to get up, play with my kid, But thanks for hanging out and watching this video. I hope I just bored you to death with this is what I love about my channel is I can make a 4-hour video of me talking about absolutely nothing and sharing with you my thoughts and opinions on absolutely nothing. But I hope you see where my passions are. And I feel like I have a fairly decent amount of, you know, I feel like I have a decent collection. I'm not going to, obviously there are people with higher value collections, different focus in what they collect. When you look at the Golden Age guru, man, that guy, crap, his collection is just, I love to just trade collections with him. Um, and then there are other people like I just Josh's Comic Books shared a post of a guy who had the entire X-Men collection from Giant Size to the modern Uncanny, right? To that entire Uncanny run. Really, really impressive. Every issue. That was like jaw dropping. So, you see these collections, you see what people have, and you're really envious. But I, you know, I don't necessarily want a collection like that. I mean, it'd be nice to have. That would be nice to have, but I, you know, that has, for me, um, it's impossible to pursue something like that. You got to always work within your budget, your means, your resources. And so if you have more means, you have more resources, definitely you can get a kick-ass collection. But I think with the means, the time, and everything that I had, I love everything I have in my collection. I wouldn't trade a lot of these books for anything. Now I do have books I want to trade, but I'm just saying like the core collection, um, the price that I got it for, what we picked up, and all those things. The identity of my collection is definitely true to me. It's not what other people have or other people collect, and that's where I take pride in my collection, and I hope that's the same for you. Don't feel like you have to go out and buy what everybody else is buying. Um, this is why I think collecting your just being true to your collecting era, being true to what you like, um, and having that be your guide in hunting and picking up again the umyang. If you're on a path, you know what you're looking for, and you run to it. It's going to be your book at some point. So, hope that was helpful. Again, I haven't been on in a while. I don't anticipate I'm going to be on. I think I'm meeting up with Naman Young in a few weeks, so we'll put out a video. We're going to go on a hunt, so that should be a fun video. But outside of that, I'm probably not going to pick up too many books. I've got a few dollars. I may hit up again. Naman Young and I will go to Mill Geek, spend the day getting books. So I'm coming back with that Wonder Woman book, but outside of that, probably going to be very quiet. I am going to put out shorts. I am going to continue to put out. I've been putting out a series on books that I think are undervalued. And I just give my reasoning why I think it's undervalued, why I think it's desirable and should be in a person's collection. It's my opinion, but I think that perspective can help people. at least get the books that have future value potential or should have justified value potential. But yeah, I'll be continue to put out books like that. Um, and then maybe uh, on the opposite end of that spectrum, maybe I'll put out books that I think are overvalued, books that you shouldn't spend money on, and that's probably more toward the FOMO kind of, people just being wanting to spend money because someone told them they should spend money. So maybe I'll do a series on that, but definitely look out for those videos. And thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Otaku's going to sleep. Bye bye.